Perfect. Okay, well, we have 34 people. It's 12:05, so let's get going. Thanks so much, everyone, for joining us today. Again, my apologies that I switched up kind of the format. We were having a Zoom meeting, and then we changed it to a webinar for a couple of reasons. So now everyone had to register, and hopefully that isn't holding folks up too much. Hopefully that wasn't too arduous for everyone. So welcome. I'm Megan Evans. I'm with the Alberta Invasive Species Council. And as you're aware, the AISC, we are working to breathe some new life into the Alberta Certified Weed-Free Forage program. So our role is really as a coordinator, as a facilitator, and we're a little bit hands-off, but we also want to be very involved with the promotion and again, the facilitation and coordination of this program. So if you're here today, you're here to join us for weed-free forage inspector training. It should take about 3 hours, 3.5 hours, Kelly, depending on questions and things. Hey, yep, okay. So by the end of the day, everyone will become certified weed-free forage inspectors in Alberta. That certification will be valid for 3 years. Kelly will talk more about that through his training session. At some point in the near future, I will send you certificates with that information on it, that you are a certified weed-free forage inspector. So if you're here today and you're becoming a certified weed-free forage inspector, that does not then require your organization to participate in the program. So if your organization's still on the fence, you're not sure, that's totally okay. We want you to be here today to learn about what's involved with becoming an inspector and what's involved in actually conducting the inspection so that your organization can make an informed decision on whether or not they want to participate. But we certainly hope that everybody is keen to participate. So that's an important thing to note. And the other thing is, I should have mentioned this first, but ideally everyone will be at a separate computer. So we have a quiz to test your knowledge. So hopefully you're going to be paying attention. And ideally everyone will be entering their quiz answers on their own computer. So if you are sharing a computer with somebody right now, maybe just pop off, register, and away you go. And if you must share a computer with somebody, no worries, we'll make it work. Just let us know. So with that, we've got Kelly Cooley here today. I'm sure everyone is familiar with Kelly. Kelly's been around the weed world for a long time. People are guessing how long in the chat, in fact, how long Kelly has been around doing this work. And so Kelly has been involved with the NAISMA, which is the organization that oversees this program. He's going to talk more about that, but Kelly's been involved with NAISMA for a long time. There we go. Since 1998, he's been involved with NAISMA. So he knows a lot about the program, the overarching kind of administration, how it came to be in the history. I also want to point out that we have some people here today as well, including Laura Foyle and Marty Winchell. We have Chad Verpy, and a few others, James Leskew and Jordan Smith, who have been involved with doing inspections in recent years and for a long time. So we're going to rely on those folks a little bit. We didn't tell them that, but we're going to probably rely on them a little bit as well with some questions. And we certainly value their expertise because those folks are definitely the experts in conducting these inspections. So Kelly's going to provide us with the training today. If you have any questions for Kelly, put them in the Q&A box. Hopefully you can all see that. We're all Zoom experts a year into this pandemic. If you wiggle your cursor around, you'll see the Q&A button. So if you have subject area questions, direct them into the Q&A box. If you want to chat with folks or if you have technical difficulties, please let us know in the chat box. So I am here, Kelly, as your support if you need anything, and I'm going to give the floor to you.
Great, thanks, Megan. Welcome, everyone. I will probably turn my chat box off here and let Megan monitor the chat, but I really encourage you to use the chat because we're recording the webinar. There may be questions that come up that I don't have an adequate answer to, and we would forward those to our Weed-Free Products Committee with NAISMA. And a lot of times this program gets better from questions that are difficult to answer. So with so many of you coming in and such a large group being trained, there may be some good questions that come from a Canadian perspective, an Alberta perspective that NAISMA hasn't considered as much in the past. So I really encourage you to throw your questions in there. I'll do my best with them today. but we will commit to getting answers for them to the best of our ability from the larger group at NAISMA. So yeah, I can't say how thrilled I am. I'm beyond thrilled, I guess, that Megan and the Alberta Invasive Species Council have stepped up to champion the weed-free forage program, and hopefully eventually the rest of the products that NAISMA has certification for. As many of you on the call know, this has been an issue of mine for almost my entire career. Alberta was a leader in this, and as the provincial government sometimes does, sort of fell away from supporting the program, and it was left to a few counties that managed to keep it going. And my hat is off to them. They kept it going when there wasn't a lot of support, and through the efforts of AISC and some key members of the board, Alberta Agriculture finally did step up and re-sign their MOU and recommit to this program. But with the support of AISC, I see great things coming for the program in Alberta. So big thanks to them for kickstarting this and being willing to support it. So I see all 40 of you are in. I will bring up my first part of the presentation today. And just let me know that everybody can see that okay.
I can see it, yeah.
No, I gotta get back to the beginning. There we go. So this is essentially a modified version with some Alberta specific content. This and the next one that deals with the species. So it's up to date with the newest logo that we have from NAISMA. This is really hot off the press just this last month. That the Weed-Free Products program has this as its main logo, and the goal was to get NAISMA a little more front and center. Weed-Free Forage has a long history. Some of the newer products are newer, but didn't have so much of the brand identification with NAISMA. So that's something that the organization is trying to correct. So all this information in its basic form, its static form, is available from naisma.org. And I encourage all of you, if you're not already members of NAISMA, to get in there and become members. You'll make us stronger, and I guarantee you it will help you in your day-to-day duties with this issue. So as Megan noted, and as most of you gave me some ribbing in the chat, I've been around for a while, and I was not there at the very beginning with NAISMA. That was left to a group of Western State county weed supervisors to start the organization. I became involved with it through the I think the mentorship of people like Tim Dietzler in Rocky View and Kim Nielsen in Clearwater County were the people that made me aware of NAMA, the Weed Management Association at that time. And I just couldn't believe the incredible expertise and diversity of experience from across the continent that NAMA afforded me as a fairly new ag fieldman back in the day. I probably started my career in this in '93 and became involved with NAISMA about 1997. And I've never not been a part of it. It's got some great programs. One of the largest of which is the Weed-Free, what's now called the Weed-Free Products program. So the Weed-Free Forage Standards, which is what we are dealing with today, really started as a regional program in the Western U.S. states. And when NAMA started up, we basically said, why not make this a national and even international program? And I'll do a bit of a shout out to Gaia's predecessor with Alberta Agriculture, Shafiq Ali, who was an early member of NAMA and was instrumental in getting the Alberta government to sign on to this program, and assisted with the formation of the initial standards and weed lists. So as we'll see in the species section of this training, a lot of the species that are on the list are also on Alberta's weed list, and that's not an accident. There was quite an effective lobby on the part of Alberta through Shafiq Ali to make sure that a lot of our species were contained in the standards. So really, it's about providing an alternative or a complement to the legislative approach to prevention and management of these invasive weeds. And so that's what it's intended to be. It really started with Forage through the hard work of Adrienne Peterson with Sublette County in Wyoming. She was the initial weed-free forage coordinator and really championed this across the continent. And she's now retired and moved on, but her legacy remains in her championing of this. And Megan Evans is very much in the spirit of an Adrienne Peterson and how she's really latched onto this as a program that can work in Alberta. So the standards were modified through the years. The gravel was added to the program in 2006, and mulch, which in this context means mulch used in construction and reclamation. That was a very difficult process, but that was finally added in 2020. And more products are being considered. There's discussion with regards to firewood and some other products. And again, I'll try to explain through the process of this first part here of what weed-free actually means, and potentially down the road pest-free or specific invasive species-free. What does that really mean? So again, at its core, the weed-free products program is cooperative, and it sets minimum standards for inspection and certification of the products mentioned here. And it's supposed to make things a bit unified to help things be somewhat consistent across jurisdictional boundaries. It's really the only international program for these specific pathways for forage, gravel, and mulch products. There are different certification programs in different states, but nothing that ties everything together like this, and certainly nothing that's had the history that the weed-free products program has. And it really relies on cooperation and agreement to uphold the standards across jurisdictions. And so I'm going to stress that to you today, all of you that are training to become inspectors. The program only has integrity if we as inspectors have that integrity in what we do. And that means, you know, taking this seriously, taking the standards seriously. They've gone through a lot of trial by fire and experience in the field, and they are made better by the experience of new inspectors as well. But we have to uphold them. So that means, you know, obviously encouraging people to grow weed-free forage in Alberta, but also remembering that your responsibility as an inspector is to be honest in your assessment of a field, of a crop, and not succumb to political or financial or any other kind of pressure to certify something that's not up to standard. So I encourage you all to take the standards seriously and to work with your producers to become compliant. And you know, not accusing you of wanting to do this, but I know there is pressure. Any of us that work in weed enforcement or have worked in it know there's political pressure and other things involved. So take these seriously, and the success and continuity of the program will be ensured. So this is the process. Basically, a jurisdiction that wants to sign on to NAISMA's minimum standards for inspection and certification have to follow this. So a big hurdle has been cleared through the work of the AISC and Alberta Agriculture, renewing and signing the updated Memorandum of Understanding with NAISMA in order to agree that they were going to carry out the program as it's outlined. And so basically that MOU makes sure that the jurisdiction that signed it is going to make sure that their designated authorities follow the forage, gravel, and mulch standards, the minimum standards. Everyone that is going to do that, like yourselves today, have to take this inspector certification training and maintain it. It's a 3-year certification. And again, those inspectors will follow the standards I'm going to outline today in terms of inspection and certification, and issue certificates of inspection and transport to the successful grower and or transporter of these products. And I'm going to count on Megan interrupting and saying if there's questions on any of this as I go through.
You bet. So, no questions yet. Go ahead.
Okay. MOU holders, in our case, Alberta Agriculture and Forestry, they are the ones that hold the MOU, and then they can basically put the marching orders of who carries this out to designated authorities. And so in this case, most of you are county people, but they can also be federal agencies, state or provincial agencies, crop improvement associations, a seed certification association. In the States, they have soil and water conservation districts. Those can be designated authorities, university extension agents, and as the program has expanded across North America, other government authorities approved by NAISMA. What they really don't want is, a forage association, a private interest being a designated authority, because they're trying to avoid that financial conflict of interest. They want the authorities that do the inspections and certification to be neutral and unbiased towards whether or not something passes or fails inspection and certification. So that's the idea here, is they want some connection with the legislative authority. It's actually expanded from what it used to be. It used to be very limited as to who could be, but ag fieldmen and their designated weed inspectors operate under provincial legislation, so that makes it an easy designated authority for carrying out the program. So the minimum standards, basically, if you look at a certificate of inspection, it has all these different things attached to it. The introduction and purpose of the program, the definitions are contained in the standards, the minimum standards for the products, the standards for inspection, supplies that you'll take with you. We'll talk about that today as well. The prohibited list, which we'll cover after this introductory section, and then the certificates of inspection and markings. So I'm just going to switch up the screen share here for a minute and just bring up the standards document. So can everybody see that here?
Yes.
Megan, I'll count on you for that. So what you see here is the actual up-to-date standards document from 2020. It hasn't been amended since then. This is just for forage. This isn't the gravel or mulch standards. And basically, again, it goes through these different things. So it talks about the reason for the program. We want a preventative program to limit the spread of noxious weeds. And really, that's what this is all about. It's providing yet another incentive, in addition to a legislative imperative, to do a better job at preventing and managing and limiting the spread of weeds. So through the standards, there's definitions that talk about all the different parts of the program. So those definitions are in there. And then the minimum standards are outlined. And then a series of appendices include the actual 55 species that are on the prohibited list. It gives you procedure for how species are added or deleted from those lists. That's something that's relatively recent. Used to be not quite so detailed in how species were added or taken away. And then again, the contents of the certificates of certification and transport. And then the marking, which has to do with either the tags or the colored twine that we'll get into as well.
And Kelly, Kendra has a question, which there's an easy answer to, but I'll just interrupt you for a sec. So she asked, can municipalities pick which weed-free products they want to certify, or do they have to do all three? And she's referring to forage, gravel, and mulch.
Okay, so yes, the answer to that, Kendra, is because of the way that things got re-signed here, I guess. The MOU is with Alberta Agriculture and NAISMA, and Alberta Agriculture only signed on to the weed-free forage standards. So they did not feel comfortable signing on for gravel and mulch. And really, if you think about it, maybe Alberta Agriculture isn't the proper ministry to actually sign on for those products. It could be, you could maybe make more of an argument actually for the mulch standards than for the gravel. But I think what, and I don't want to put words in Megan's mouth, but I think that the idea here is to make the forage end of things work. And then hopefully through the support of the counties and folks like yourself, we can find the correct ministry, the correct people within government to facilitate signing an MOU that would include those other products. And then that would allow you to just quickly, retake the gravel and mulch standards. It would be very brief to do so. And then offer that in your jurisdiction as well. So I think from my perspective, that's where I'd like to see it go. But at this time, the MOU only covers forage products. So did that answer your question adequately?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'm going to take that as a yes. I don't have the chat barred up, so I'll just carry on then.
Just a slight delay there. Thanks, Kendra.
Okay, you can see my presentation again?
Yes, yeah.
Great. Okay. So the minimum standard basically says that the forage must be free of prohibited weeds as defined in these standards. So a lot of people have asked me, what does weed free actually mean? We'll get into that in a little more detail as we go through, but it doesn't necessarily mean what it looks to mean, meaning that there's absolutely no weeds in there. It's mainly about nothing that can propagate. Okay, so that's the real key of it, is that we're talking about anything that's in those bales is not likely or basically certified that it won't contain propagules in it. So that's the idea of it in terms of weed free. The forage must be inspected in the state or province of origin by a designated authority. And again, in this case, this would be county level inspectors. It must be inspected in the field of origin prior to cutting or harvesting by a proper official or authority. So what we are not doing here is inspecting bales. We are inspecting standing crop prior to it being cut and baled. And here you see a US sign where in a lot of the public lands, particularly in the western states, they are insisting on weed-free hay, in this case, on public lands. And that's been a huge driver of the program in the western states. And NASMA provided those, certification standards that were easily accepted and adopted and have been in place for over 2 decades. So the minimum standards, and this is getting into that detail of what it actually means, forage that contains any noxious weed may still be certified if the field upon which the forage was produced is treated to prevent noxious weed seed or other propagule viability according to agricultural practices acceptable to and to the satisfaction of the designated authority. So a lot of legalese might remind you a little bit of a weed notice where we say, the field, the weeds in question must be treated to the satisfaction of the inspector. So really what this means is anything that's cut that would have anything considered to be a species that's prohibited would not be in a condition where it could go to seed within the bale. So for example, Canada thistle in a vegetative state that does not include any root fragments coming into it and does not include anything in mid to late bud or flowering stage would be able to be certified. But if something was in flower to early seed set stage, that would not be able to pass certification. So that's what that actually means. It also means that if the producer is able to spot treat species within the window between inspection and harvesting, that may be considered acceptable to the inspector. But again, that would be working between the inspector and the producer to ensure that that is done to the satisfaction of the inspector and through that, the designated authority. That should generate a question or two. So the minimum standard is NASMA's prohibited list, which we'll go through. And really the minimum standard of the 55 species is really intended for interjurisdictional transfer. And when I say interjurisdictional, in this case, I mean transfer out of province, say to BC, Manitoba, Saskatchewan, or potentially the Northwest Territories, or international, so across the Canadian-US border into a US state. For that, you're really going to want to be having the minimum standard. And again, when we get into the species description, I'll kind of allude to this again. If you are doing it within the province of Alberta, then it really is important that you also include any species that are not listed in NASMA's list, but are listed as provincial weeds under the Weed Control Act or municipal bylaw. Okay, so those would be species you'd inspect for in addition. When it comes to pellets and cubed hay, in the standards, they're defined that they can be certified if they're declared free of viable noxious weed seeds or other propagules, like root fragments, root buds, things like that. Even runners in some cases, above ground runners, stolons. So there should be a test conducted by a state or provincial seed testing laboratory approved by the designated authority to take a representative sample of those and basically a double check on the inspection process. So those pellets are specific to that they have to be inspected after the fact. When it comes to cubed hay, we can certify cubed hay based on the inspection of the field. Okay, so that's the difference between those. And again, this is talking about the things that have come up through the life of the weed-free forage program as questions to get answered, because obviously not everybody is doing small square bales anymore. The forage industry has really taken off from there. I see there's a couple of questions popping up here.
That's right, Kelly. So Jessica asked, what constitutes as a representable sample?
That I'm going to have to get clarification for, because I've never actually had to do that myself. So that's a question that we will file and ask. I'm not positive the answer to that one. But I would say the states that are MOU holders that have had to do that could give you an answer for what they generally do. So it would be general practice there. So I'll defer that one and we'll get that answer back to all of you.
Thanks, Kelly. I think that's it for questions for now.
Okay. The inspection certificates and interjurisdictional shipment. Basically, an inspection certificate as included in the standards in Appendix B shall document the above requirements were met. An interstate or interprovincial shipment of NASMA certified weed-free forage shall be accompanied by the NASMA certification markings as outlined in Appendix D of the standards. And that's, again, some type of certificate the bales that have the twine, or again, in the case of a compressed bale, you would have a certificate or label system that goes along with that. So in the old days, this was a paper record, but now digital copies are acceptable under the program. So getting into actual field inspection standards, and this is the important thing, fields have to be inspected within 10 days prior to their harvest. And then again, if weather or equipment failure or some other factor prevents that period, then the field must be inspected again if it's greater than 10 days from the initial inspection. So does that make sense? There may be a case where you inspected and then you got into a really wet harvest time. You would have to re-inspect because during that period of time, a lot can happen. You may have allowed some species that were not fully advanced enough to pass certification, but if that period is too long, then they may have matured to the point where they could become a risk to basically go to seed within the cut hay. So that's what that's all about. And really, and again, I'll give my limited experience, but I encourage Lauren, Marty, and Chad, and some of the others that have done inspections to get involved with this. I think it's really super important that an inspector, especially with a producer that's wanting to certify or wanting to get inspected for the first time, to really get a relationship with that producer. It says here that the producer does not have to be present in inspection, but for a first-time certification, I think it's absolutely vital that they are part of the inspection process. Really, what you should be doing in advance with all the tools we have today with GIS, an inspector should be able to actually get in and look on their computer with their municipal GIS, Google Earth, whatever have you, and really take a look at the field that the producer wants inspected. Then you can kind of look for the areas you're going to want to make sure you check off the box to inspect. So your storage areas, your low spots, your high spots, your trails, your wheel tracks, the perimeter, all that stuff you can basically pre-scope in advance. And you could even do that with the producer. And they may even have a few things they know about that are not visible from that aerial photograph. So, little sloughs or things like that in the crop. Anything that basically could change the species mix, those are areas you should include in your inspection. So let them know what you, go ahead.
Oh, sorry. We have a question from Kristen. It's a good question. So she's wondering if someone is transporting hay and part of the load has not been certified, does that void the certification on the other hay?
Yeah, you can't transport them together.
Okay.
That's a hard no. If you have, and we'll get into this, but if you have a section of the field that is not able to pass certification, that cannot be harvested at the same time. The clean hay, the certified hay, would have to be harvested and stacked first, and then and only then would the remainder of the hay be able to be harvested, and it would have to be stored separately. So that's a good question and a key point. Never transported together and never cut at the same time. That's super important. So if the field were to fail, you really have to provide that producer with ways they can deal with the issues that prevent it from being certified. So an example of that might be, you've got a trail adjacent to a field that's really infested with a particular weed. And so you've basically sectioned off an area that cannot be included. Maybe you're a swath or width or two in from that point of infection on the perimeter. And you'd basically have to tell that producer, you need to deal with the weeds at this site in order for you to qualify that section of the field for certification, perhaps the following year. But if it's a clear and present danger, to sort of get all dramatic about it, then again, there are ways you can get around, not certifying the whole field. You just take a legitimate buffer zone out of that field to protect it from any incursion from a weed site. So things you should bring along on the inspection would include a camera, smartphone, or tablet. A lot of times you're going to be doing the inspection with those these days. It used to be all done on paper. GPS is probably going to be built into those devices, but if you don't have that, a GPS is handy. Field glasses, binoculars, things like that, maybe a hand lens to look at something close up as well. Definitely water. Some of these inspections can take a long time. Bug spray or insect repellent clothing. The bugs are going to be out there, generally speaking. At least every time I've done a hay inspection, you definitely need to deal with that. Flagging, marking material, or orange paint. And I actually am an advocate of orange paint. In terms of marking a field, that paint can really designate an area that you don't want cut or an area of concern that you can follow up with the producer later. And it makes it a lot easier to find. You can GPS it as well, but sometimes, even flagging is okay, but the best is actually a spray can, I find. Again, I'd welcome comments here from those that have done multiple inspections and what they do in these situations. Maybe type that into the chat, or if you do have a mic, chime in on that.
Yeah, if anyone wants to be unmuted, just let me know. You'll have to text that to me, and then I'll unmute you or raise your hand. We do have another question from Kristen. So she asked, in regard to harvesting, are there requirements under this program to clean and sanitize the equipment before harvesting to ensure there would be no contamination?
It's not necessarily outlined in the standards per se, but it absolutely is good practice. And that gets back to what I said before about making a relationship with your producer. All that stuff is stuff you need to discuss with them well in advance, right? When they first call you, it's good to have that meeting and say, okay, this is what you're getting into here. And it's really good practice, just like you would with club root or blackleg or whatever, to get in the habit of coming clean and leaving clean from a field. So, even when you're coming in just to check it out, coming in with clean boots, that's the type of ethic you want to instill in your producers. So even if it's not spelled out specifically in the standards, it should be a conversation the inspector has with the producer.
Kelly? Yeah, Laura is here. So I think Laura has a comment.
Sure. Yeah. So what I typically do prior to any inspection, just because we have GIS, I actually pre-print out an air photo of the producer's property, and I actually will mark it on that map as well. I don't necessarily do it in the field, but I do provide that GIS air photo, which assists them, and then I do go over that document when I meet with them prior to letting them proceed.
Great, thanks, Laura. I really do value those of you on the Zoom today that have done inspections, because again, I've done a few of them down here, but I have not done near to the extent that that some of you have. And so if some of what I'm saying here doesn't jibe with what you're doing, I'd love to hear that comment, and I'll pass that feedback on to the committee as well.
And Kelly, Chad has a comment here too. And so Chad says in some of his inspections, he's flagged the area off and made sure to go over the area with the producer and show them why it isn't being certified. So yeah. That's awesome.
Yep, it's about making everybody understand what's happening, right? So that's an excellent comment from Chad. A weed identification book or some kind of application on your device to show the producers the weeds in question if you do find something. And always double check yourself if you're unsure of a species. You know, take a photo of it, and if you have that identification along with you, you can maybe do a quick check. So the standards call for a minimum of 2 entry points per field and a minimum of 1 entry point for every 10 acres or 4 hectares of the field. Each entry point should be at least 150 feet, which is 45 meters into the field, and each additional 150 feet or 45 meters traveled constitutes an additional entry point. So what that means, and this goes right back to the paper version of the standards in terms of you know, how to inspect a field. Every field is unique, and again, you're looking not only for this geometric pattern to follow. You're also looking at low spots, high spots, trail areas, whether they're animal trails or vehicle trails, the perimeter, storage areas, wheel tracks. All these things are important because, as you know, as an inspector, anytime you have a disturbance or some other change in the ground condition, you're going to have the chance of additional species expressing in those areas. So that's really what it's all about, is a good representative sample of the field, in addition to areas that might be a little off the norm in the field that could harbor some invasives. Travel should be uninterrupted through the field, so you shouldn't come in and start an inspection and then leave and go for lunch and then come back again. You should carry your lunch with you, do it in a systematic way, and do it completely. So again, this repeats all what I've just said. All these different things around and within the field should be inspected as well. I really recommend walking, but you know, particularly if you're doing initial overview of the field, you might go along with the producer and drive either a horse or you know, a ATV or something around the perimeter, maybe on a trail through the field to take an initial inspection. But in my experience, it does take more time, but you're going to do a more thorough job if you're on foot. Again, I welcome comments from the people that have done more inspections than I have, but you know, you really want to make sure you're confident in your assessment of that field before you certify it. Laura?
Just I've always done mine by foot. I've never ever done it via. You do see more, and you tend to. I think if you were just doing the surroundings or being on an ATV, you miss lots, because I've come across, you know, those low areas that you wouldn't normally if you hadn't walked it. So that would be my recommendation.
Right.
It's an exercise.
The standards don't actually spell out that you have to be on foot. That's more, well, Laura is echoing what I'm saying, is that it's just a better way to really make sure you're catching everything that might be there. Is there another question there too, Megan?
Yeah, there is. We've got a couple of great minds thinking alike here. So Harry and George are asking about drone inspections. Is that an acceptable form of inspection?
Drone inspections right now are not in the standards, and I would say that's going to become a question that is going to really need to be carefully considered by NAISMA, because the resolutions that they're capable of are pretty solid. At this point, I think they would be really nice for a quick overview, which would be followed up by a person. But the standards don't deal with that question yet. But I know it's going to come up, and I would say within the next 5 to 10 years, as this becomes more widely adopted, I should say, you're going to see some type of mention in the standards about drone inspection, and if that can be done or not. Storage areas, I've heard from other inspectors that this is a lot of times where a field can be just pristine and fantastic, and then they go to inspect the storage area and it's just a mess. I looked at some stuff in in one county where the storage yard, it wasn't for a weed-free forage inspection, but the storage yard where the bales were was just loaded with white cockle and Canada thistle, like just a mess. And again, that's comes with that initial meeting and that relationship with the producer to make sure that they understand that, you know, all the areas to and from that field need to be maintained in a weed-free condition as well. And really, it's a lot easier to do that than it is in the field. So it's something that should be actually job one, is ensuring the storage areas are clean. The other thing, and again, Laura and the rest may chime in on this, really, if they intend on not storing those bales for any length of time, the inspector might suggest to the producer to not move the material out to a storage yard, but rather to store it in the field until it's ready to be trucked to its end buyer and user. And that's a way of, again, avoiding the chance of cross-contamination for moving those bales off the field to a storage site. And Laura, any comments on that of what you do as an inspector, or Chad or Marty?
Yeah, and yeah, I would typically agree. The producers we have, they tend to, you know, it's sold right away. So they then tend to, once it's been harvested, they tend to just take it right from the field to their clients. But I would probably recommend it just remain in that field as well.
Yeah, it's a good practice. It won't be applicable in all cases, but I think it's good practice to encourage. Also in the standards, the inspector, this is explicitly stated that the inspector may not have any ownership or financial interest in the field they're inspecting. So that's to avoid a conflict of interest. It should go without saying, but we made sure we set it in the standards to avoid that from happening.
So Marty just has a comment about he's mentioning that he's always sure to inspect the storage areas as well. So yeah.
Yeah, it's pretty critical for sure. Okay, more suggestions. The producer should really understand how you're going to mark the field. So if you're going to do an exclusion-based marking system with a spray can or flagging, the producer should know in advance what you're going to do. And then after the fact, you can let them know where the areas are. And Laura's suggestion of going over the air photo, maybe taking an updated GPS of where areas of concern were found. The producer has to understand that in advance and really understand, so that when they or some of their, you know, staff or family or whoever cuts and bales the hay or straw, they understand as well. So that's a really critical piece. If you have your own method of marking things off, but you don't share that with the producer, you stand the chance of areas that you wanted not cut to be cut and included with the certified stuff. So again, GPS is your friend. I think in addition to any paper maps, photos, things you might have along, GPS is a really good way of knowing where you walked. And in case there's ever a question, it's good to have that digital record of where you've inspected as well. Again, the certificate of inspection, we'll take a close look at it here. I'll go through it with a little more detail than I did during the AISC session a couple weeks back. So you're going to have, and this is something where there's a little bit of a difference between the weed-free forage certificate of inspection and a transit certificate. So you're going to have a date. Megan and her staff are going to be corresponding with you about the numbering system. And I don't know if you wanted to outline that now, Megan, or not, of how that's going to work.
Yeah, we absolutely can. But we can also send out some supplementary, we can send out a follow-up email with everybody with some key documentation and perhaps the numbering system outlined as well. So we quickly touch base with Laura, Marty, Chad, James, and Jordan yesterday, well in advance of this session. So essentially, each time you issue a certificate of inspection, it needs to have a unique number. So the number is going to start off with the year, your county number. Now, Kelly and I talked about this, and I understand that may be a little bit complicated. So if you do not have a clear county number that is unique in Alberta, then maybe let me know and we can assign you a different number. You're going to use then your initials, and then you're going to assign each field a number, which is going to be unique each year. So the reason why we need these to all be unique is because we will be keeping a database of all of these certificates for each year. So again, we'll follow up in an email with all of this information, including the certificate of inspection form, the numbering system, and we'll also provide you with a copy of the minimum standards as well.
Okay, so the next section, thanks Megan, is contact information, and make sure that's all in there. The actual forage products, packaging type and size, number of tons or bales that are yielded from that, that can often be filled in after the fact, that last bit. And then obviously when you're doing the inspection, you can say the number of acres or hectares that were inspected. Now getting into the marking system, this is where, again, new inspectors don't realize that there's a lot of options in terms of what they can say for certification. So obviously if there's, you know, actively growing weeds, prohibited weeds of concern that are a risk to reproduce and spread, areas with that condition have to be failed. Okay, and again, this is on the integrity of the program and the inspector. Be honest with yourself and with the producer if a portion or all of the field cannot pass inspection and fail it. Generally speaking, as I've noted, usually you can section off areas as long as the producer agrees not to run through them when they're harvesting the other crop, but fail what is not failing or not passable, I guess. The next standard would be a minimum requirement of the standards, which mean that there could be variable amounts of immature prohibited species with non-viable seed or root fragments, propagules, when harvested, or they were treated in advance of cutting to prevent seed formation. So if you've got that condition, basically what you're saying as an inspector is, in your informed opinion, there's nothing in those bales when they're cut that is going to spread to a new spot if they're fed after the fact or spread after the fact. Meeting the standards means that they don't contain any of the prohibited list or any of the provincial list, county list that you have, but they may have variable amounts of annual weeds or weeds not listed. So again, that's the next standard up, is meets the requirement. And then finally, and this is a very rare thing, most inspectors I know never give a certification that say it exceeds it. The very rare occurrence where you might get this would be a single species crop. So maybe you've got irrigated alfalfa, or maybe a pure stand of timothy or something to that effect. But again, that's a pretty high bar. The exceeds standards is rarely given by the inspectors that I know. Any questions on those four levels of certification? Does that help clear up what we kind of mean by weed free? I'm not seeing any pop-up questions, so that's good that that's clear. And then again, looking at the bottom of the form, just reiterates that forage must be inspected within 10 days of harvesting, and a few other of the details that are contained in the standards are there. There's a certification termination date, and generally that's in the calendar year. And then the designated authority would be, in your case, your county, your title, whether you're ag fieldman, assistant ag fieldman, designated weed inspector, whatever it is, your signature and your contact information. Now, the other disclaimer, and this is a US thing, but it may be on your quiz, certified forage in this context does not meet or may not meet the forage quality standards adopted by the Hay Marketing Task Force of the American Forage and Grassland Council. So that's a specific US reference. There was some question about that down south, and that's why that piece is on the form. Questions on that or comments again from inspectors that have done these on the call?
I'm not seeing anything in the chat or the Q&A box.
Okay, and here are the species, the 55 species that we'll be going through in the second section of today's instruction. Adding or removing species. This is something actually Laura and I were on the board together, the NASMA board of directors, when this process was being formalized. And really, we wanted to have a more stringent and detailed way of getting species on or off the list. So basically, there has to be a petition sent to the committee that does this for NASMA, the Weed Free Products Committee, from a designated authority. So a county would probably initiate this and then send it up through their MOU holder. If you're going to put something that is going to be added, you would have to have a risk assessment that made the case for why these species should be added to the list. If you're going to take something off, again, you have to have some type of a justification through the scientific method as to why that species should not be considered anymore. I'll get into an example of that when we get into the actual species list. That formal petition then goes to the Weed Free Products Chair at least 90 days before the AGM of NASMA. And the chair of the committee sends the petition to committee members and all the MOU holders. So again, they get a chance to comment on this, all the states and provinces that are signed on. And then if the committee agrees with the petition, the recommendation, they will forward that to be voted on by the MOU holders. Basically, prior to AGM, the board of directors of NASMA has a bit of oversight to that as well. And then there's one vote per MOU, and it's voted on at the annual meeting. And it basically modifies the standards. And that's happened a couple of times since this process was set into place. And we'll talk about that in the other standards. There's a question there, Megan?
Yeah, you bet. So Harry asks, he says, agriculture and forestry is considering reevaluating the weeds listed on the noxious and prohibited noxious list. If they change the weeds on the list, will this affect the weeds listed on the hay certification program?
As a matter of course, no, but it may, if say they add or take something off, and maybe even more take something off, then it might cause a designated authority, a county, to petition the government, the MOU holder, to approach NASBA about changing their standards. So does it affect it just as soon as it's changed within a jurisdiction? No, but it might make an impetus to petition NASMA to change their standards. I don't know if I answered that properly, but there's no automatic process where if a jurisdiction changes their weed list that it would automatically change NASMA. So that's not how it would work. That's good.
I'm not seeing any comments there. And I think, Kelly, you'll address this too, because in some cases, correct me if I'm wrong, we have some species that are listed that are not on the NASMA standards, correct? And you'll address
That's correct. And I'll get into that when we're dealing with the species as to why that is.
Perfect. Thanks.
So what you're looking at now is the transit certificate example. And really what it is, it's copied information from your inspection certificate. And if you were to transport, maybe to another jurisdiction that had a different list than you did, or out of province, out of country, the additional information, which you see in the little box there, is outlining who's transporting, who's selling, and who's buying that product. And it notes that anybody that stops that vehicle as to what they're carrying along there. This is a much bigger deal in the US, in some states, where they actually have people that it's their job to drive along and pull over forage trucks if they're not properly tarped, or just to inspect where they're going. Some of the US states take this very seriously. Wyoming is a state that does, and they will pull over a truck full of hay or straw and ask to see where they're going. And they will demand a transit certificate so that they prove where it's going, and will try and ensure that it's not full of weeds, because they have a big problem with that. It would be great if we had that in Alberta, but to this point, I have not seen that happening. Correct me if I'm wrong, if some jurisdictions are actually doing that. So the minimum requirements, again, of the transit certificate are outlined in the standards. I'm not going to read them all out to you, but they are contained in there if you were to use it. So in some cases, you're not going to need a transit certificate, and I will call upon those that have been doing inspections for the last couple decades. Have you been issuing transit certificates, or in most cases, is the inspection certificate suffice?
I've never done a transit, just the inspection.
Yeah. See, I can see this becoming an issue for those that are planning on bringing that, like say they're shipping hay down across the US border into the States. That's when a transit certificate is going to become necessary.
So Marty has a comment. He says he hasn't issued a transit certificate in the last 10 years.
Great. Thanks, Marty.
And Chad has never done a transit certificate either. Thanks.
Okay.
Thanks, guys.
In most cases, you're going to have a fairly close contact within your jurisdiction or adjacent to it that's going to be using the certified forage. So that's why you wouldn't necessarily need a transit certificate in that case. This is what the twine looks like. The twine contractor in the US is PolyXL out of Utah. They make different weights of the twine. I do believe that we only have the one weight of the twine in Alberta from the counties that have been using the program. Right now we have a fairly good supply and it's going to be negotiating. You're going to have to be really nice to those that have been doing the program to get some twine for your area if you do some certification this summer. But really what happens is once you're committed to doing this in your jurisdiction, you're going to want to know who's wanting to do this for the following year by kind of November, Christmas time. That's the time we order. We need to have those orders in fairly early for the next growing season, so PolyXL can stop their production of regular twine and make the necessary changes to their process to make the certified twine. So that's something that I hope will become a problem if enough of you start certifying hay in your districts.
Agreed. We've got a question from Jennifer. She asks, what about cowboys and team ropers, for example, that are not carrying feed?
That are not carrying, sorry, what?
Yeah, I'm not. So what about cowboys, team ropers, for example, that are not carrying feed? Jennifer, I can unmute you if you want to give us some, that are carrying feed. Are they? Oh, I'm sorry, I was totally reading it wrong. That was my mistake. So what about cowboys, team ropers, for example, are they not carrying feed? So the question is about the transit certificate pertaining to that feed, Jennifer? Maybe let me just unmute you, Jennifer, and we can get you to, let me see here.
Yeah, I'm just a little unclear on the question. Sorry, Jennifer.
Yeah, here we go. Jennifer, you can unmute yourself if you'd like, not to put you on the spot.
Hi, can you guys hear me?
Yeah, you
Yes.
get. Go ahead.
Okay, I was just wondering, with the transit certificates, you guys said we're not really doing it unless the feed is crossing the border, but cowboys are crossing the borders, team ropers, for example. So are they being pulled over when you said, Kelly, when you mentioned states that are really keen on this program and are pulling over? So are you saying that they're just pulling over large loads of forage moving through their state? What about the cowboys carrying feed?
You know what, in that case, I would say it would be recommended that they have a copy of the transit certificate. If they're transporting even like a couple bales, that would count. So in my mind, those cowboys should have a copy of that certificate. At least that's my opinion of it.
Okay, I have no idea. This is the first time I've been involved in this program. It was just a question that I had.
Yep, like say they were going down to Nevada, Arizona, or something like that. They're quite serious about the program down there, and again, they may ask to inspect the hay and say, where's this coming from, and can you prove to us that it's not got weed seeds in it? So in that case, yeah, the cowboy should have that in his glove box, I would say.
Okay, thank you.
Awesome. Thanks, Jennifer. Sorry about making everything confusing there. That was my fault. Sebastian has a question here too, and he asked, should it be a requirement for roping at other rodeo events? So similar to that. And maybe that's where AISC can come in contacting the organizers and the associations to try and encourage them to make it a requirement. So yeah. Again,
getting back to the intent of the program itself. We want people like cowboys and rodeo people to start thinking about this. So yeah, let's promote it. let's encourage that. Let's say, you know, it should be standard operating procedure for anybody that's a cowboy to make sure they're only using weed-free products so that you're not getting stuff spreading from one rodeo to the next. So I would be saying, yeah, this is something we want to encourage in those end users, just like boat users. I think it's very similar to what we're trying to do with recreational boat users and aquatic invasives. We want to create a better ethic, a better, more mindful way of doing what they do. We're not saying they have to stop doing stuff. We just have to be a lot smarter. So I hope that answers that question.
No, that's great. Absolutely. So
Is it going to take time? Yeah, it's going to take time and patience, but I think the goal of it is to increase awareness of everybody's part in spreading these species around the landscape. So
absolutely. So Sebastian has another question, which I think, so similarly, he's wondering if we should reach out to the Alberta Association of Agricultural Societies to do a presentation. And I think that's exactly the kind of thing that AISC can help with or be directly involved with. Sebastian, this is a great suggestion. And I'm not necessarily aware of all of these different societies and organizations. So getting their contact or names from you folks who are in contact with them will be really important as well. So awesome.
And really, you know, once you join the weed-free products community that's international, and once you start interacting with inspectors and jurisdictions from the NASMA group, you can ask these questions. You know, how do you promote the program in some of these things? And some jurisdictions may or may not be doing that, but it's a good idea, right? You're trying to get these end users a little more aware of the impacts of their actions or inactions in spreading these species. So that's the ethic we're trying to create. So again, photo credits, just giving credit where it's due. I think I've got a few in these as well. Yeah, lots of people whose shoulders we stand on with this program. So I'm enthused to see all 40 of you in the room, and hope that a good percentage of you gets an active program within the next 3 years. And I believe that's it. We can do the quiz now, and Megan is going to start that up.
Okay, yes. So we have a little quiz. So this, you have 2 quizzes today. This one is 10 questions. So I'm going to launch the quiz. Here we go. So you should all be able to see it on your screens. And we're going to get you to answer the questions on your screen. And if you scroll down, just use your scroll button on your mouse. That's how you can access all 10 of them. So we'll give folks a minute to go through those. Hey, Kelly, and probably.
Yeah, I'm actually not seeing the quiz. Should I be, or?
I don't know. You're a panelist, so it might be. Oh, and actually, Jennifer and Laura. Jennifer and Laura, can you see the quiz?
I can see it. Yeah.
Okay. You're special, Kelly. You are a panelist. You are not allowed to answer the quiz. Oh, great. And Sebastian's providing me with some contact information. So that's great. I see that. And I'm making a note of it right now. Awesome.
I missed the number 4. I don't know what that answer is.
You're talking, people can hear you.
Oh,
Is this community quiz?
We can still hear you.
So I can see that. Yeah. So everyone. Oh, I'm going to mute. There we go. So we only have 4% of people voted. So we need you to type right into the screen, like right on the poll. Hopefully you can see and you're able to answer the poll. I guess if you're having any issues with it, please let us know. Yeah, because we're going to need everyone to answer this before we move on, just to make sure. 6% of people have voted. Okay, the answers are rolling in now.
Are you still on the first question, or are you rolling through?
So the poll is people can answer them all. They're all 10 questions are
Oh, I see.
live.
Okay, gotcha.
And so 13% of people have, 15% of people have answered all the questions. So we'll just need a moment. It's tricky too, because Kelly and I don't see it the same way that everyone else sees it. So yeah. Oh, and it's, yeah, your answers are coming in now. Yeah. That's great. So over 40% have completed the survey or the poll. We need some Jeopardy music. I should have been more on the ball. 60%. We're getting there, you guys. %. We're almost there. There it is.
Couldn't help it. I had to.
So we're waiting on 4 of you to answer. I don't know who. Oh no. Okay, so Tori's having an issue. Tori, no worries. I see that you're having an error when you try to submit your questions. I'll connect with you after to make sure that we have, we'll just go through them together or something. No worries. Yeah, if you're also receiving an error, just let us know, and then we'll connect with you after.
I'll stop that now.
So it looks like we're maybe just waiting on one more person. We'll just give you guys one more minute. Might feel like we're a long time, but we want to make sure everyone has a chance to fill in the questions. And then we'll review the answers together, and away we go. Yeah. Okay, so we should be good. It looks like everybody, we have 45 of 46 people have answered, and it looks like Tori was having some issues with the software. So I'm going to end the polling and share the results. Here we go. So Kelly, do you want to read through the questions and answers and let us know which one is the correct answer?
Sure. The first question looks like most of you got that. The maximum days prior to cutting and harvest from inspection time is 10 days. So it looks like most of you got that. And number 2, for inspecting a field which should be completed. And in this case, it's all of the above. Sorry, here we'll just, I had a window pop up on me in my end. So question 3, a propagule is defined as any part of the plant capable of enabling it to reproduce. Most of you should know that that is roots and stolons and seeds. So A and B is the correct answer there. Which of the following are included on a transit certificate? In this case, it is everything you see there, and all but one of you got that one. So pretty good on that. Certification markings acceptable for certified weed-free forage would include the twine and also the forage tags. And don't feel bad if you didn't get that one. I see about 40% of you just said the twine. In some cases with some types of hay, you're not able to do that twine. And so forage tags would be your acceptable substitute for that if you didn't have the twine. And again, that's outlined in detail in the standards, so it's not something that you'd get caught on. Every one of you, when you're done, should have a copy of the up-to-date standards and follow those to the letter, and you'll be fine with that. Number 6, the forage that's already cut may be certified if the inspector performs the following. And again, in this case, it's none of the above. So none of those things qualify. So a few of you maybe thought that that could be done, but that doesn't necessitate, or sorry, that doesn't equate to a inspection. Okay, so in this case, the correct answer, which 2/3 of you got, was none of the above. Number 7, material shall be inspected in the state or province of origin by, and a few of you chose D, the local weed manager, but really it's the designated authority. So in your case, you'd be doing it on behalf of your county, and that's on behalf of the MOU holder, which is Alberta Agriculture and Forestry. Cubed hay does not need to be inspected due to the compression of weed propagules during processing. Yeah, this one's false, and the reason is, yes, some seeds probably would be impacted, but a good percentage of them, no matter what the compression is, would not be guaranteed to be non-viable. So in this case, it absolutely does need to be inspected prior to and in the field of origin. With the case of the pellets, that's a different story, and we talked about that in the session. The standards are designed to, in this case, it's a little bit of a tricky one, and I see there's some that chose the all of the above, which is understandable. But really what we're looking at here is that there's continuity between the provinces and states, so A, and C, limiting the spread of noxious weeds. So if you remember when we went through the form, at the very bottom, it's a little disclaimer that it doesn't meet the quality adopted by the Hay Marketing Task Force in the US. So that's why you wouldn't choose E, you would actually choose D, which is A and C. So that one was a tricky one. Last question, what is the timeline for a certified forage inspection? And most of you got the correct answer there. Producer has 10 days to cut, and then forage must be re-inspected. So if, again, weather or equipment breakdown was a factor, and you exceed that 10 days from the initial inspection, you'd have to do a re-inspection. And again, we didn't ask this during the session, but have any inspectors had to actually go in and re-inspect before in your history with it?
I have not had to go back and inspect.
Good deal. Well, I will leave it to Megan to see if most of you passed. I think we're just doing a straight pass fail on this, and I'm sure most of you, even if you missed a few questions, will be fine. But it's really meant to be a self-assessment. If you don't feel like you are getting what you need out of my presentation, then by all means we can follow up with you and go through specific details if you're unclear about it.
Absolutely. And so Chad just has a comment here that he had to go back and re-inspect due to equipment breakdowns. So that's good, great to know, Chad, that you've had to do that.
Yeah. And again, the tendency might be to push it, like maybe it's 11 days and you go, well, it's fine. Now, conform to what the standard says. And if you're outside of that window, we all know you can go through a period of time where things can advance. And if you've got some weeds in the field that you were prepared to accept in that 10 days before cutting, 11 days, whatever it is, a lot can change in just under 2 weeks. So it's important to re-inspect if necessary. And again, you've got to build that into your schedule. You'll know what the weather tendencies in your area are, and based on when you're inspecting, you may look at, well, we're probably going to get some rain here. You might have to build into your schedule 10 days out or more that you may have to re-inspect some of your fields. So keep that in mind when you're setting up your workload for the summer, that you have to build the possibility of re-inspection into that. Okay, Megan, we can probably take 5-10 minutes and take a quick break here before we continue if people need a little bit of a break to stretch and do whatever.
That's a great idea. So yeah, why don't we meet back at 1:25? It's 1:19 right now by my watch. So that should give us, so it's now 1:20. You have 5 minutes. We'll see you back here at 1:25.
Great.
Thanks.
You're cracking the whip. That's great.
Okay, yeah, it's 1:25. Hopefully that gave everyone a moment to fill up their coffee. And we'll jump right back into it.
Okay, I was actually hoping that I could see all the participants in the session, but the way that this is set up, I guess I can't see all of you. But I was going to ask just how many of you are, quite familiar with the species, at least under Alberta's Weed Control Act, because I don't want to begrudge species that you're quite familiar with already. So I guess if there's anybody on the Zoom that would rate their knowledge of species as really poor, just in general, then I'll take a little more time. But some of these species are going to be very familiar to many of you, I would expect.
So Kelly,
Well,
I can maybe monitor, I can see all attendees' names and we can have them use the raise hand button.
okay.
Would that be a benefit? So what do we want to ask? If folks are familiar with the species or if they're unfamiliar with the species? Which would you prefer to have them raise their hand for?
I would just say overall, like before we start out, how familiar would you say you are with, specifically, would you consider yourself unfamiliar with the species on Alberta's weed list?
Okay, so we want the participants to raise their hand if they're generally unfamiliar with the species listed under the Weed Act.
Yeah, not so much NASMAs, but there's a lot of overlap between them, as I'll point out in a minute.
Okay, so hopefully everyone can see the raise hand feature. Again, if you move your cursor, your mouse, you'll see the raise hand feature. So, or put it, comments in the chat. So Marnie has said that she is unfamiliar with some of them. So yeah, that's fair. Especially those prohibited noxious. I know that we don't get to see a lot of those very often. So yeah.
Okay. Well, I guess if I'm going too quickly through the species, and again, this is another case where if you have a specific comment that I've missed on a characteristic of the species, please raise your hand and Megan will interrupt me again and we'll make your mic active, because that's one thing about this session when we do it live. We really encourage interaction with the participants on this. So if someone is more familiar than I am, or maybe than some other people are with a specific species, we want to hear from you during this portion. Then we all learn. So if there's something you think is incorrect in what I'm saying, or if you have something to add, please raise your hand and chime in. We want to hear your voice. Okay. So again, my huge thanks here to Adrian Peterson and Julie Kraft from Wyoming, Sublet Weed and Pest. They're the basis behind most of this. You'll recognize photos from Nicole Kimmel as well, and myself, and maybe even some of you on the Zoom today. This is a work in process, and we're always looking for better photos. So if you see something that you go, I got a great photo of that species at that stage, please let us know. Please send it along to me and I will forward it to Julie, and we will make sure it gets incorporated, because it makes all of us as inspectors better. So what you should see on your screen, are you seeing my presentation now? Just to double check.
Yeah, we see it.
Good, thanks, Laura. So what I've done with the general presentation here from NASMA is I've actually gone through and highlighted those species that are common to our provincial weed list. So in the context of this particular slide, you have the 55 species on NASMA's list. The ones that are there that are considered noxious in Alberta under our Weed Act are highlighted in bold. And the ones that are on the prohibited noxious list are bolded and in red text. So hopefully that won't mess up some of you with color blindness, but I just tried to say there is a tremendous amount of overlap between our list in Alberta and the list that's on the NASMA list. So those species that are not on Alberta's Weed Act are not bolded and just regular text. So You do see there are a few there that we do not have in our legislation currently. When it comes to the actual Weed Act, the prohibited noxious list in Alberta, that's what this slide is showing. What I've highlighted here is our species that are prohibited noxious in Alberta. They're not on the list, but they very much could be in a forage crop. So I may have missed some, but I tried to go through them in some detail. All the ones that are not bolded or red text here are either unlikely to be in a forage crop or are already in NASMA's list. So again, what you've noticed here, I have some of the hawkweeds, sulfur cinquefoil, and the knapweeds and the marsh thistle highlighted as potentially not on NASMA's list, but on our list as prohibited noxious and could be an issue for you to inspect for. Then I move here to the noxious list. And again, this is the species that I would say would be of concern that you would want to be looking for within a forage crop in Alberta. And they're not currently on the list. So again, the ones that are not bolded here are either not likely to be in a forage crop or are already contained on NASMA's 55 species. So I hope that's clear. The point being, you know your district better than I do. If you know you have some of these species and they could potentially be in a forage crop in your area, you want to be keeping a sharp lookout for them when you're doing your inspections. And again, that gets back to just knowing what your municipal bylaws are, what the Provincial Weed Act is, because the goal is to prevent weed spread. So NASMA's list, and I guess we'll get into it here. I'll just go back a couple of slides and look at two species in particular. Downy brome and Japanese brome are not contained in NASMA's minimum standards. And many of you would be saying, why would that be? Well, the answer is, again, NASMA's encouraging people to get involved in the program to limit the spread of weeds in general, okay? And in the case of particularly Bromus tinctorum, which is called cheatgrass on the US side, downy brome here, if that were a minimum species, there are many states in the US, in the western areas of the US, that would not be able to certify. It's that serious an issue. So that's where it gets into where we had quite a debate within NASMA. It was petitioned to be added and it was eventually voted down because we would have had whole states that would have had to bow out of the program. They would have had people that were certified within their state that were, you know, not exactly comfortable with cheatgrass being in their hay, but everybody had it. Okay, so that was the deal there. When you get into interjurisdictional transport, then that becomes a big deal. So within Alberta, we would absolutely want to limit the spread of downy brome, Japanese brome, and some of these other species on there. If we were going to the states, the minimum standard would be okay. All right, so that's a key point, that we want to make the standards something that all MOU holders can live with, and then encourage MOU holders and their designated authorities to go beyond those minimum standards within their jurisdictions. Does that make sense? That key point? Any questions on that?
Yeah, there's a couple of comments here. So so Palin says that she finds that white cockle not being on the NASMA list is surprising, and Tori agrees, and she finds that surprising as well. So you could be purchasing weed-free hay in the states that's full of white cockle. So I mean, I guess so I'm learning here too, but I wonder, you know, should we not by default incorporate the Alberta Weed Act species as well?
And that's what I said in the standards for the first place. Here in Alberta, we're absolutely going to be looking for these species, yeah, right? Okay. But it's and you could make an argument. I'm saying there's been arguments made that, for example, Canada thistle should be removed from the noxious weed list because it's so prevalent. Right now, it's still contained in the NASMA standards, right? But you could make a case that in some cases it might not be necessary to inspect for that because it's so prevalent. It's the same reason why Alberta's weed legislation doesn't have things like stinkweed and other species that are already out of practical concern, dandelion being another one. believe it or not, in the Western United States, cheatgrass is so prevalent that it is like a dandelion is here. So again, within Alberta, you absolutely add that to your inspection list. But for the minimum standards, we have to make some compromises on that, but encourage everybody to inspect for as many weeds as they think they can legitimately do. Regarding the white cockle, the white campion, Silene latifolia, there's an argument to be made that maybe that should be a petition species from Alberta to the committee. If you think that's something that all MOU holders across the United States and hopefully later other provinces in Canada should be adding that to their list, then make a petition, make a business case, make a risk assessment, and throw that up the chain. So hope I've outlined that. It's a point of contention with some jurisdictions that they just can't believe that cheatgrass isn't on the list. Well, Laura can back me up on this. It was a contentious debate.
So there's a couple of questions here. And so Justine also says that baby's breath. So I think she's surprised that that's not on the list because that thrives in hayland. And yeah, so that one's problematic as well. So there's...
but again, in Alberta, you're going to be inspecting for baby's breath.
Yeah.
I want to make that clear.
Yeah, I think that'll address Kendra's next question, and which was what I was asking about as well. So she's asking, do the municipalities that participate in the program now include species that are on NAISMA's lead list and the Weed Control Act? So it's just asking for consistency. So to be clear, it's both, correct, Kelly?
It's both in Alberta. No.
And I check for both as well, because our list is larger than the NAISMA one as well. And then a lot of those prohibited, we don't even have, you know, but we're still looking for it. But we definitely look for both.
I guess the key is if you were selling into the States, but if you're selling into the States from Alberta, you're likely not going to have any of these species anyway, even though they're not on NAISMA's minimum standards. You could say that it exceeds, in that case, that minimum standard. You could put it in the comments field that this was also inspected for weeds on Alberta's Weed Control Act. And then the end buyer could look that up, right? So, okay, I'm going to move into the species.
Sorry, Kelly.
No, it's okay.
Sebastian has his hand up, and I'm not sure. Okay, perfect. I'm going to allow you to talk, Sebastian, so you should be able to unmute yourself.
Yep. So maybe I'm going down a rabbit hole here, but I'm just exploring some parameters. So we're talking about, let's say, Canada thistle, and we'll use that one because you're saying it's prevalent. Now, if it's not a requirement really under NAISMA and under the Weed Control Act, the inspector may issue a notice, meaning that they might not decide to do anything. If the hay is cut when thistle is in a vegetative state where it will not spread and there's no root fragments or other reproductive parts of the plant in the hay, does it really matter if it's on the list or not? Meaning that if we're facing some on some species on the list that could be an issue in the future, should we be looking at this holistically?
I would say yes, Sebastian, and I do understand your question. What we have to ensure as NAISMA certified inspectors is that we're having full disclosure with any of the species that are listed, either on NAISMA's list or our provincial weed list, okay? If you wanted to point out in your comments that there is, I'm trying to think, an obscure mustard species, or, you know, I'm trying to think of a species in particular, lots of stinkweed, right? You could say that it meets the standards, but in your comments field, you should say there's a significant amount of this species that's not listed under either the NAISMA standards or otherwise.
Just to chime in, I always add additional weeds that I find, just so they're aware of it, whether they're annuals or, you know, not species listed, but they are a weed. I always note those down as well.
So I'll chime in here again on this point. Where it becomes a concern, if Alberta goes really whole hog into this program, and we potentially start importing hay or straw from the United States into Alberta, then this becomes a really important point. So you would want to know as an inspector in your district that if somebody bought forage from out of province, what standard that was inspected to. So you would want to know if in the jurisdiction of origin that they were inspecting for cheatgrass, for example, for downy brome. So it's a two-way street here. Right now, we don't accept a lot of material from the United States up here, at least to the best of my knowledge, we don't. But potentially we could if this program becomes and continues to be widely adopted. And so you'd want to know as an inspector, that's what the transit certificates are for, right? You can read that certificate and you go, okay, this is coming from Wyoming. What are they inspecting for in Wyoming in addition to the minimum standards? So think about it as a two-way street that way. And if we end up getting Saskatchewan, British Columbia, Manitoba, say, come into this program, and there's interprovincial trade, which there's a lot of, well, you'd want to know what Saskatchewan's inspecting for, right? Because their legislation is different than ours. BC, particularly, we have a lot of trade there. So it's not maybe as much of an issue right now, but it could be. So, okay. Yeah, go ahead.
So as long as the inspectors are transparent and thorough, I think it doesn't matter if it's on the list or not. And like you said, if there was stinkweed and the inspector does note there's a lot of stinkweed.
Yeah, you could definitely note that. I would say that they would also say, okay, if there's Canada thistle in it, that, as you described, you should note that on your inspection form, that while there was Canada thistle present, it was in a vegetative state and in the opinion of the inspector, unlikely to propagate. So you definitely should mention listed species, but it's the inspector's discretion if you want to mention others. It sounds like it's been practiced from Laura to do so. Okay, I'm going to move forward unless we want further discussion on that point. Okay, first species, absinthe wormwood. In a lot of cases, there's different common names for these species. We've tried over the years to mention them as we go along. This one is definitely a species of concern in some parts of Alberta. It is not currently listed under the Weed Control Act because of its widespread nature, but some jurisdictions have added it to their list under local bylaw. So it's one of concern, definitely an invasive species. A real perennial species, grows quite tall in some cases. And as you see from the photos, you may know this species without even knowing you knew it, because it is fairly common, particularly in some parts of southern Alberta. So you get the finely divided leaves, and in a lot of cases, as you see from the photos that I'll go through, you can see the perennial nature of the plant. Bottom left photo shows regrowth from last year's perennial growth. Some great shots here of the detail of the leaves. And then getting into flower and seed set. And again, this is a species generally avoided by grazing animals. It's got a very strong smell. This is used, and taste, I guess I should say, from their point of view. This is used in the herbalist trade quite widely, actually, and you can go online and buy absinthe-derived products from that. But this is a general condition when you get invasion. Very prevalent in southern Alberta along riparian areas. Tends to invade into streams and rivers. And yeah, you can definitely see when things get invaded, how much they can dominate in a pasture situation and potentially into hay. This is under the high level bridge, a photo I took of some leafy spurge and absinthe wormwood going crazy under the high level bridge in Lethbridge. There is a native species. There's several other species in this genus, but biennial wormwood is one that is out there and could be mistaken for this species. So again, some shots of it, a little shorter growing. It's biennial rather than perennial, so you won't get those roots, those skeletons popping up with biennial wormwood. Leaves are not as finely divided, and the shade of green is a little bit different with biennial wormwood. Austrian field cress. This is a perennial mustard. And again, you have alternate leaves on here. Lower leaves are lobed, so there's differences as you go up the plant. As with all mustard species, it has 4 petals, bright yellow, and the roots are creeping in deep with this species, which is why it's such a concern. And a lot of times you're going to get this in wet spots. So this is a species you might find in a low area. Anybody encountered this particular species in any of their areas? Just a hands up.
I'm not seeing any hands up.
Okay. It's again one I have not encountered myself, but you see the leaf detail there, and the perennial nature is illustrated in bottom left. Can become quite an issue, as you see from the photos here, and definitely something that can get into hay. Moving on to black henbane, this is noxious in Alberta and was added in 2010 as part of the big revision that happened at that time. This is a poisonous, generally speaking, I've seen it to be a biennial species, has a real foul odor to it. It's a nightshade, so it has some purple veins on these oddly colored cream colored flowers. And you see that as it moves on to seed time, it makes these capsules that form on one side of the branch. So it makes it quite distinctive from a diagnostic, from an identification point of view. And again, all parts of this plant are poisonous. You can see how this can get away from you if it's infested in areas. It will spread quite quickly if the conditions are right. And you can see from these shots from Julie Kraft in Wyoming that things can get out of control quite quickly. And again, I'm not going to be able to see this. I hope that you guys can, and also that Megan can, but show of hands if you have black henbane causing issues in your jurisdiction.
Oh, we have some hands being raised now. So we're going to about 6 people have raised their hands.
So again, if you're not familiar with this species, it can get quite tall, but it can also be quite short. So growth habit with this is highly, highly variable depending on conditions, and it can get taller than most of us in the correct conditions. I've seen black henbane be 8 feet tall, all the way down to a few inches off the ground. So it can be very, very variable in my experience, but very distinctive leaves and flowers. And again, that seed set, which you'll see in a minute, the capsules are very, very distinctive. You quite often see this in dried flower arrangements as well, and that's been a problem with its spread. And there's been a lot of pets and even some children poisoned by this in the past. So it's one that we definitely want to keep an eye on and not allow into our communities if we can help it. Buffalo burr, this is probably one you're not going to be as familiar with, that is on NASMA's list. This is an annual species. And again, we have some lobing happening with the leaves on this one. Yellow flowers, and the seeds end up covering the spine-covered capsule. They're inside the spine-covered capsule, similar to a burdock situation. Some good shots here of the lobed leaves, of the flowers and the capsules forming. And then what the plant looks like when it's actually gone to seed and is starting to desiccate down. So again, this is one that we should look out for. And show of hands again if you've encountered buffalo burr in your community. I'd be curious to see that. And maybe Megan can review these show of hands after the fact during the recording.
So I'm not seeing any new hands being raised.
That's good to hear.
Yeah.
Keep an eye out for it. In contrast, you probably do know this creeping perennial, which some people would like to see renamed as creeping thistle. I would say probably all of you are familiar with this species, so I will not spend a ton of time on Canada thistle. But this one is a more recent addition to NASMA's 55 species. This is Caucasian blue stem, and it was petitioned to be added about 5 or 6 years ago, and was successfully added to the list. This one is a warm season bunch grass that can get 1 to 3 feet high. It's a tufting forming plant, smooth leaf blades, and a thickened mid-vein, purple tinged stem joints, and they may or may not have hairs on them. In most of the Midwestern states where it's been a problem, it can bloom anywhere from June to July. So earlier than the native blue stems found in that region. The flower head has side branches that are shorter, and they look like a smaller Johnson grass, which we'll cover later, and they bloom about the same time. And again, in the fall, native blue stems will turn red and dark, but this stays straw or light colored, so it's easier to distinguish from native blue stems. And there's a really good field shot of what that looks like when it's cured off in later part of the year. I would suspect you have not seen this species, but hands up if you have encountered that particular blue stem. And it may come under another common name if you've identified it. So, but I would expect you haven't seen that.
So Sebastian is asking why it was added. Do you have any suggestions?
In the jurisdictions where it was a problem, it was kind of right up from the southern mid section of the United States right through to the Dakotas. They were seeing it spread quite widely. So again, it was something that most jurisdictions in NAISMA had not encountered, but it was spreading fast enough from state to state that they thought it should be. So again, they put a business case forward and successfully had it added to the list. So something to watch out for, much like Medusa head would be for us, or Ventinata. Common burdock, we actually have 2 other burdock species under our list, but the only one in NAISMA standards is Arctium minus, which is the lesser burdock under our common name system. This is a biennial species, pretty large leaves on it. For those unfamiliar with it, looks a lot like a rhubarb. And this is again like black henbane, something that can get very, very tall. So I would suspect that a good portion of you have seen this or the other burdocks. Show of hands, I guess, if you've never encountered any of the 3 burdock species. I'd be curious to see. This is a shot. Oh, there's a few.
No, I'm not seeing any hands. That's not a good
this
sign.
one's pretty familiar to people.
Yeah.
This is a great shot that shows the difference in size between great burdock and common burdock. And woolly burdock has this odd webbing type material on its leaves and particularly around its capsules. So moving on to common Croupinia, Croupinia vulgaris, we're quite actually stymied as to why this has not found its way into Alberta, because it's definitely found in Montana. So this is a winter annual species that really spreads quickly once it gets going. Deeply lobed leaves on this, very distinctive pink, purple, lavender type of flower, a little bit different than what you see with knapweed, particularly spotted knapweed. And it has oblong seeds with a ring of dark, stiff bristles that encircle the end. So the seeds are really distinctive on common Croupinia. This is what it looks like in its vegetative state. And again, when those heads start to form, great shot there on the bottom. And again, first true leaves are starting to emerge on the top left photo. So again, bottom left hand there, the mature seed head starts to show up. In the field, it can be a bit like some of the knapweed species in that it's sort of sit there and you don't really see it. So it's one that can kind of sneak up on you. And the other thing that's distinctive about it, you do have some darkening of the seed heads there, and sometimes you can get albinism where you have white flowers, as we see in some other species. So again, here's what it looks like when it's starting to pop its flower out, quite distinctive. Common mullein, again, this is a species that was added to Alberta's weed list in 2010, has been on the NAISMA list for some time. Verbascum thapsus is a very distinctive plant, large leaves, can get very, very tall. 6-8 feet is possible with this plant. But most of the time it's actually quite a bit shorter. I've seen patches of this where nothing gets beyond about a foot tall, and a very big carpet of the biennial rosettes first year form. Really fuzzy leaves that are actually quite irritating when they go to maturity. And this large stalk, which you could actually make a torch out of. There's a shot of the top spikelet with it in flower. And a little more detail on the leaves if you're not familiar with this species. Very distinctive, quite fuzzy, and when it's in its immature form, that fuzziness is not irritating to the skin, so it's quite something that way. But really likes gravelly textured soils. Big problem down here in southern Alberta with our glacial till, gravelly textured soils, and seems to be spreading along areas like that. If you've got gravel bottom creeks or a railway near you, this is spreading along railways quite seriously and on some roadsides. So that's a shot of that species. Common tansy, another one on Alberta's noxious list. Very familiar to anybody. For sure, in 2/3 of Alberta, they're quite familiar with tansy. Perennial species, kind of a semi-woody one. Very distinctive button-like yellow flowers. No distinctive petals that you see. A very aromatic plant, and likes riparian areas, wet spots. Tends to do very well in the parkland region of Alberta. Very finely divided leaves, so it makes it quite distinctive and quite a deep green when it's in its vegetative pre-flower state. There are other tansies around as well, but this one is quite widespread in Alberta. The bottom right shows a good shot of what it looks like along a river system once it's matured and gone to seed. So you see this reddish form, very distinctive, and I would probably guess that a lot of producers in Alberta that would have forage crops with tansy in some of it, or the low-lying and wet areas. I would say that would be a fairly common one. Linaria dalmatica, one of 2 toadflaxes on the list that are noxious in Alberta as well. This is a perennial species, quite a bit taller than Linaria vulgaris, the common toadflax, but similar flowers, I guess. The leaves are very different, quite waxy leaf texture to them, almost like a neoprene glove. Creeping roots, a lot of times you'll get patches of this in pasture areas. And in the US states, they've had this creep into especially grass hay and become a problem. Very typical growth patterns you see here. All of the spikelets that you see here in these photos would be likely connected underground by a lateral creeping root. Quite often they'll start off in a very distinctive patch when they flower, but I will caution people that are looking for this species, if you focus too much on the flower, you're going to miss some of the tiny little plants that may be actually quite far from the main patch. And the bottom left photo shows what I'm talking about. You get these tiny little spots where you have eruptions of something that doesn't flower at all. So get to know the leaf of Dalmatian toadflax and look far and away from the main patch. You'll see in the main photo here, way off to the bottom right, there are little spikes that don't have flowers on them, and then one solitary one. It is likely still connected to that main patch underground. Now here's a couple of species, this Dipsacus genus, that are unlikely you've seen this in Alberta. We actually had it in the MD of Pinchot Creek when I was still a fieldman, showed up along the Crow's Nest River. Still not sure why it got there, and it did not express. It did not go to seed or spread, but a producer brought it in. It's got a very distinctive seed head on it that retains its shape and is very durable for many years after the thing has gone to seed. It's a biennial. Opposite leaves, large and oblong in shape, and spiny bracts around that seed head are quite distinctive on it as well. The inflorescence in it is purple pink, but again, you're going to be able to spot this a long time after that inflorescence has faded out. I guess it would be similar in color to a field scabious, this species, and very, very spiny along the stem and leaves. So this one is very distinctive. Those seed heads were actually used in the old times by sheep producers, where they would shear their sheep and they would use those heads to collect the wool that was sheared off. They're that durable, and we held on to our sample of that seed head for some time in our office. I'm not sure if Shane Polson there now still has it or not. Related species that's on NASMA's list is cutleaf teasel, just another variant in this, and it has more of a white flower, more densely clustered than the other teasel, a little larger bracts, and little further divided leaves from the other teasel species. So I'll ask with both of these, has anyone in Alberta, aside from us here in Pincher Creek, encountered this species in the wild?
So I'm not seeing any hands going up.
Yeah, I'm hoping it doesn't get up here, because where it is a problem in the States, it's amazing how dense this can infest an area. I've seen highways that were just absolutely, as much as Canada thistle can infest a ditch here, I've seen ditches for miles and miles in Wisconsin that were covered with this stuff. So it can become a big problem. One a little more familiar, again, this is a species added to the weed list in 2010 in Alberta. This is Dame's rocket, or showy rocket to some. Short-lived perennial. I've actually seen it be more often a biennial species. Toothed leaves, it's the typical mustard with the bright purple petals that are 4 of them in the shape of a cross. This one seems to have very active seed throw and viability. In my experience, it does quite well. And again, this is generally an ornamental escape, something that will come from a homestead or a garden planting and then escape through drainage generally. It likes to move in water. And birds also spread this. They'll ingest some seeds, and some of them will make it through the system inside the bird and be spread as well. So it's one that is definitely moving around in Alberta, and it's definitely in the south. Show of hands if you've encountered Dame's rocket in your community.
Oh, we've got some. Oh wow, we have a lot of hands being raised. I actually have it in my backyard, but I am treating it. So 20 odd hands that went up there.
Yeah, about half of you. I would say it's moving north. You're going to see it if you haven't, because it's such a showy plant. I think people are transplanting it still. One of the knapweeds, diffuse knapweed, Centaurea diffusa. This one honestly can hybridize with spotted knapweed, so you get what's on our list as hybrid knapweed as well. I would say all of the knapweeds should be of concern to you. If you're seeing anything in this family, you should be noting it, and I would say not certifying it if it's at least the ones that are on Alberta's list, or obviously the NASMA list. But this one is more of a tumbleweed type species as compared to spotted knapweed or Russian knapweed. Generally speaking, I've seen this as a perennial species, short-lived, maybe shorter lived than the creeping version, the Russian knapweed. Can have white flowers most of the time, but I've seen it be pink as well. And again, breaks off every year at the base to form a fairly round tumbleweed, a lot smaller than what you'd see on, say, baby's breath, but definitely forms a tumble. And it's actually designed to break off at the base, which is something it doesn't share with many of the other knapweed species. So it's a distinctive part of diffuse knapweed. In comparing the seedlings, I would say it's more deeply lobed and separated than some of the other knapweeds, but it has more of a roughish texture to it on a rosette stage. This is a composite shot I put together a few years back that shows some of the bioagents that are in Alberta. This was taken near Fort Macleod. And again, it shows you just in the field what this can look like. From a distance, you can miss diffuse knapweed quite easily if it's not in flower. It tends to blend into a background quite effectively, and you'll have inconsistent flowering. I've seen these things flower anywhere from late June all the way into October. And particularly if they're browsed or pulled and then have a chance to regrow, I've seen it flowering all the way to freeze up down here in southern Alberta. So definitely a species of concern, and you would want to be very careful if you have it in a hay situation. Dyer's woad, biennial or perennial species. This is another mustard, and you get the black seed pods, and they're about a ½ inch long. Looking at the leaf, you see that clasping nature onto the stem. That's a distinctive feature of this species. This is more of an issue west of the Continental Divide in the United States than it is here. I'm not going to say it can't grow here in Alberta, but it's less likely to be here than it is on the western side of the Continental Divide. Again, kind of a rubbery surface to this plant. There's a good shot of it, in the way the leaves are patterned along the plant, and a good close-up shot of the flowers here. And this is a shot of the seed pods before they turn black, so they kind of hang off the plant like this. And a solitary shot. I believe this is Nicole that took this picture. Okay, field bindweed. This is a real creeper and one that has probably 90% of its biomass in its creeping root system underground. Tends to grow fairly low unless it has something to climb up on. Creeping rhizomes are what really spread this, but the seeds are viable for at least 60 years. They've proven. Pretty distinctive leaf, maybe similar to a buckwheat, but once you see it, it's quite distinctive. And kind of the marigold trumpet-shaped flowers, they may be pink to white. Quite a problem in this one is definitely one that you can see in hay crops. Field scabious, another noxious species in Alberta. Very wide-ranging common names for this species. Taprooted perennial, really prevalent along the eastern slopes here in Alberta, and I would say increasing in frequency. Once it's established, it's a tough one to get rid of. Tends to be quite persistent. You can think you've got it and come back a few years later after thinking a patch is finished, and it'll come back again. So Rocky View County definitely knows about this. Anywhere along the eastern foothills, we've had an issue with this plant. Very distinctive flower on it, but without a flower, it can kind of fade into the background. You see here a picture at the bottom that I took of Black Diamond, Alberta. This has been cleaned up. Danielle Grant, who works at Okotoks, took on this task in Black Diamond and did a lot of cleanup on this. And it's definitely a species, pardon me, of concern. We do have hay crops in our area here in Pincher Creek that have this species that would prevent it from being certified. Horulissum, another new addition to Alberta's Weed Act in 2010. This is a winter annual species. 4 dissect petals that are clustered. This will bloom all summer long. Nicole Kimmel has done some excellent photography on this species to give us something to use for NASMA. High seed production with this. The stems tend to turn reddish, especially around the base of this species. You see that in the top right photo. And again, pretty distinctive inflorescence with this, and it gets quite dense in its patches. How many people, show of hands again, with Horulissum in their district?
So we see there's hands being raised. There's 5 hands up, and Harry's commented that it's also found in Strathcona County. I believe that's in reference to Horulissum.
Right. Another a group of species in Alberta. We just have the single species listed under the under the NASMA list, but hoary cress is called white top in the U.S. and the reason is in the spring when it tends to bloom, it has a very distinctive, brilliant white flower that shows up at quite a distance when it's in full flower. This is another mustard, but a perennial mustard and very persistent. Seeds of this can last for 60 or more years in the soil. You can have it under control in a grassland or hay situation and then do some disturbance, and all of a sudden you've got all kinds of hoary cress again. There are 3 species listed under Alberta's legislation, and I would treat them all with equal respect. Bottom left photo that was taken by myself back in Colehurst, and it shows the perennial nature of the plant. So to the left is last year's growth, and to the right is the current year's growth, proving its perennial nature. Kind of has a mealy, much like a lamb's quarters type of texture on the leaves. And you see that distinctive color with that mealiness there. And again, the flowers are quite distinctive, and it actually has quite a pleasant smell. Some of the mustards are very bitter smelling, but this one actually, when it's in flower, is quite attractive. And you see here in these shots, bottom left is again from Colehurst, Alberta. Top right, I believe, is from Wyoming. But it's one that can really thrive on disturbance and become quite a problem. If you have hoary cress, you probably got that species for a long time. And we struggle down here in the south with hoary cress in many jurisdictions in southern Alberta. Horse nettle, genus Solanum. This is a fairly tall, erect perennial. So it gets about 4 feet tall. It's got spines on it. This is one that you could make the argument maybe shouldn't be listed, but it has so far survived the process of people not getting it to be taken off the list. This is native to the United States, to some parts of the United States. Again, I would suspect this is not something you found in Alberta, but show of hands to prove me wrong. Fairly easy to identify leaf on this one, and the flowers are pretty distinctive as well.
So we have 3 hands up. I wonder
is
if
that
they're
right?
all in relation to this species. I wasn't looking, but yeah, it looks like those hands are up. Huh? I've never-
Interesting.
Mhm.
For those that have seen this, have they actually seen it in a context where it could be an issue in hay?
So we're looking, so Jessica, Rod, and not to put anyone on the spot, but Jessica, Rod, and oh no, so Rod and Carly both still have their hand up. So I guess, is that in relation to this horse nettle? And either type into the chat. Oh, just Carly has her hand up. Carly, are you familiar with the species? The hand is down. Okay, we don't have anybody familiar with it. It looks like. Sorry, folks.
Okay. Hound's tongue. This is one that biocontrol may actually eventually rid us of. I'm hoping that's the case. It certainly is not the species of concern it was 10 years ago in southern Alberta. The biocontrol for this species has been one of the most effective agents I've ever seen. This is a Forage species, Sonoglossum officinale, biennial. You get the rosettes that you see in the bottom left, and then the next year it regrows from the rootstock, the taproot, to form those flowers and eventually the burrs for which it's known. This is a poisonous plant, and you know, quite possible you could get this in a hay crop due to the fact that the burrs get transported by animals. So it's called hound's tongue because of its long, broad leaves that tend to, with the weight of them, they hang down like a hound dog's tongue. That's why it's named as it is. Some more shots of the plant and of the burrs that form in little nutlets in groups of 4. And this is why it becomes an issue for horses, for pets, and for you as a person walking through a patch. These burrs will readily cling to anything that's got a texture to it. And that poor dog, it would be a job to try and clean it up. Those are shots from my friends in Teton County, Wyoming. Again, a pretty short growing plant, tends to be anywhere from 6 inches to a foot generally, but I've seen it as much as 3 feet high. So it can be one that can show up. It likes disturbance. A good shot there of the leaf texture and shape of hound's tongue. And again, look for it in this stage as well. Pretty distinctive leaf on it, so good one to watch out for. Okay, Johnson grass was referenced earlier. Johnson grass is a huge grass, and again, prove me wrong with a show of hands, but I don't think we have it in Alberta. It's a creeping rooted grass again, solid stems with prominent nodes. That's a distinctive feature of this one. And it can form hydrocyanic acid when stressed. So again, you've got to handle this with some care if you do have it. You see that reddish nature, the creeping rooted nature of it. Top right shows how tall a grass it can actually be. And this is a huge problem around many parts of the United States. No hands up there, Megan?
No, I didn't see any hands.
Yeah, so this one is, I'm not going to say it won't grow in Alberta, but it's unlikely to come this far north in my experience. Jointed goat grass. This is another winter annual grass that proves problematic, and again, pretty distinctive. The cylindrical seed head is the big diagnostic feature here, and it can be more than 10 times as long as it is wide. You get shallow fibrous roots with this. The leaves, such as they are, can either be hairy or smooth, so that's not necessarily a distinctive feature of it. But again, you see that column that forms with the seed head. In this case, these leaves actually do have some hair on them. And this is a shot comparing cheatgrass on the right with jointed goat grass on the left. So again, I think it would be an easy one to pick out if you did have it. And show of hands if anybody has encountered jointed goat grass in Alberta.
I'm not seeing any hands. Nope.
Good.
Yes.
Good to hear. Unfortunately, many of you in the south part of Alberta have probably encountered this aggressive creeping rooted perennial. It, I believe, has been renamed, and that is something that there's a few of these species that there's some inconsistency between the taxonomic name that we have here in Alberta and what NAISMA has. And I think the committee will be looking into that. There's a lot of renaming in biological nomenclature these days, and so we're going to have to look at tightening up the naming of some of these species in our NAISMA list. This one is, again, capable of ecosystem transformation and very readily will grow in just about any condition: cropland, native area, riparian area, upland. It can grow just about anywhere, so hay is not immune from it. Really deep-rooted plant that can reproduce from those roots. It actually shoots out its seed when mature up to 15 feet away from the plant. Very, very big issue in many of the western states. Not so much of a problem in central northern Alberta, but definitely capable of adapting, but a huge problem in southern Alberta. Meadow or hybrid knapweed, and again, I've listed several variants of this. I would say if you have any of these species that do cross with each other, you should be watching it very, very closely. So the common name in pardon me, NAISMA's list is Centaurea pratensis, but Alberta has it listed differently. And again, several of these species, Centaurea nigra, Centaurea jacea, and then crossed with Monctoni, they can all be variants of this. So I would say, even though we have differences in our listing in Alberta, you should be very concerned if it's a Centaurea of any kind. These knapweeds are really aggressive. So you see these are a little larger head than, say, a spotted knapweed or diffuse. And I always said that this one looked like a miniature version of big-headed knapweed, Centaurea macrocephala. So again, kind of a brownish bract on it, and the kind of knapweedy looking leaves that tend to have some reddishness to them as compared to spotted or diffuse knapweed, and very similar flower color, so that's not a real good way to pick that one out. Anybody encountered any of the variants of these in their jurisdiction? Show of hands on that one.
No. Oh, I'm seeing one hand, so Fallon's got her hand up.
Which, if you can unmute, Fallon, just maybe describe what you keyed it out as, or if you got it actually diagnosed down to a specific species or cross.
So Fallon, you can unmute yourself if you like, but it looks like you're saying that it was big-headed knapweed that you were dealing with?
Yeah, it was in a flower bed. We had some big-headed, and then we also had some the black-headed knapweed one.
Right.
Both found in flower beds in town.
That's Centaurea nigra, the black-headed. Yeah. And I'm occasionally referring to their taxonomic names, but I hope it's all right with everyone that I focus on the common names here. I certainly can change that and talk about the scientific name if you wish, but the information is here, and once you're an inspector, you can go back and look at this presentation from the NAISMA website. So Medusa head, this is one that is starting to spread quite rapidly in Montana. They're very concerned with it in Montana, and I think we should be here as well. This is another one of these nasty winter annual grasses that tends to spread so quickly. There's a really great video that Jane Mangold from Montana has put together with her colleagues down there, and it actually goes through Medusa head, Ventonata, and Japanese and downy brome, and really excellent. I encourage you to Google that from Montana State University, and it gives a great overview of each of those 4 invasive winter annual grasses. The big deal with Medusa head is, like the Greek mythological character it's named after, is these long on spikes, and they will persist way into the winter months and often years after this plant has gone to seed. So kind of a bristly head on them, and very, very durable. These things will last a long time, quite wiry as well. You see that on the top left, what that head looks like. And this, from a distance, this is what it looks like. You get these mats of really durable plant material. So they do not break down like, say, a cheatgrass would. Cheatgrass tends to almost disintegrate in the later part of the summer, but this stuff, if you come on a patch of it, you'll know it right away. It looks a bit like, again, I guess a foxtail type of head, but much more durable and bristly than that. So anybody encountered Medusa head yet? I know it's in Montana.
I'm not seeing any hands up. No.
That's good to hear. There's another shot of you know, how it tends to have such long bristles on it. Okay, moving into another biennial species, musk thistle called nodding thistle here in Alberta. Biennial, some say winter annual. I have not seen that myself. Lots of seeds on this plant. The large seed heads are spiky all the way up to about the last few inches of the seed head, and then they are have no spikes on them. This is again one that I would be unlikely to see it in hay, but it could be adjacent to a hay field. I'm not going to say it won't grow in hay because it is possible. I did see in the MD of Tabor where it was under irrigation pivot and was getting into areas of forage, so it's not impossible for it to creep in there. And again, really aggressive spread, and these things can get anywhere from a foot tall to 6 feet tall at least. You see, likes to move along drainages. There's a shot of the seed head top left, and a shot of what it looks like. That's actually a second-year plant in the top right, photo I took at Tabor, actually near Hayes. That's what it looks like in first-year growth form. Getting to be a pretty old photo, but shows you what it looks like in first year as compared to that top right second-year plant that's regrowing from the taproot. Very spiny plant. There's a shot of a second-year growth again, and that's going to shoot up the big spike from that central taproot and really become a huge species. Again, distinguishing this from Canada thistle is quite easy to do. I see the hat there in comparison of size. These things can get awfully big. And a good patch there. This is again photos from Hayes, Alberta. The clown collar is another distinctive feature of this plant, kind of the harlequin type collar with the spikes on it. And there's an idea of size in terms of how big that plant can get. Control measures for this, if you were to get it into a crop, I would say this would be an acceptable form of control if you were able to eliminate all the seed heads off of the plant. The vegetative form of this would not regrow. It does not regrow from the roots. So if you had like a single solitary plant, either remove the whole plant, or I think it would be acceptable as long as you got all the reproductive length of the seed heads off of it, that'd be able to be baled. Getting into another hawkweed species, orange hawkweed is obviously on Alberta's prohibited noxious list, but is also in NASMA's list. Pretty distinctive when it's in flower, but you can miss it when it's not. So getting to know this plant when it's in its pre-flowering and post-flowering state is important. Milky juice with this one is a distinguishing characteristic. Stolons, really capable of rapid spread, and I would say if you had this in a hay crop, you would not want to go anywhere near certifying it. This plant is proven to be spread very quickly and very extensively in a short period of time. So this would be, if I had this in there, I would be hesitant to accept any of the field with this in it because of the risk of spread. Similarly, oxeye daisy is very capable of rapid spread and lots of seed production as well as reproduction from creeping roots. Pretty common in, again, along the eastern part of the Rockies here in Alberta. Perennial species, often confused with scentless chamomile because of the flower, but a very distinctive daisy type flower. And you see the leaves are quite different than scentless chamomile with the little rosettes coming up along the length of the creeping root and may or may not have a flower. So this is one, again, I'd be very cautious if I saw this in a hay crop. And again, maybe Laura, have you ever had cause to have to consider failing a field that might have had something like oxide-daisy in it, or has that not been an issue in your district?
Not the oxide daisy. I did have one producer that I thought had a major infestation of scentless chamomile. But we did take some samples and we sent it to Nicole when she was then the weed rep for the provincial government, and it turned out to be German chamomile. But I had segregated those areas as well because I didn't want it to spread in case it was a hybridized version of it. But pretty bad infestation. But I made them cut around it.
Great. Yeah, it's a pretty aggressive species. So again, if you had that in a producer that was wanting weed-free hay, you better give it a wide buffer and be very, very careful to look for seedlings that don't have flowers for this species. So you see how widespread it can be. This is actually a hay crop that is quite heavily infested with oxide daisy. Perennial pepperweed, Lepidium latifolium. This is another perennial that we're starting to see more of in Alberta as well. Spreads both by seed and by the deep regrowing rootstocks. Pretty distinctive white flower on it, or white flower clusters, I guess I should say. And the leaves, as you go up the plant with this one, are quite a bit less in size, smaller in size as you go up the stem. The basal leaves are quite a bit larger on this one. So quite a bit of variability in this plant. But once it gets in flower, it's quite distinctive as a mustard species. Pretty good shot there of what it looks like in a general infestation state. Perennial sow thistle, again, quite common. This is a wet area indicator. So you probably have some type of a wet area if you've got this one expressing. A perennial species, there are lots of annual sow thistles as well, but this one is perennial. You get sort of that flat top look to the flowering heads, and milky juice is a feature of this one as well. You see the margins of the leaves, the outsides of the leaves are prickly, and you get that type of thing. A lot of the other plant is smooth. And again, that's a pretty common species in Alberta, so I would suspect that it would be a common one to have pop up. So you should know what this one looks like when it's not flowering, because quite often when the hay is cut, this will not be in flower. It's a later flowering species. So I would say become familiar with the vegetative states of this plant pre-flower, because a lot of times you could have this in a hay crop and not know it because you wouldn't see the flower. Plumeless thistle, this is a direct first cousin of nodding thistle. Difference being here, it can grow even taller than nodding thistle, and it tends to have spines right up to and including the seed head. These are some shots from the Bow River that I took when inspecting that for the Bow River project on purple loosestrife. So you can see just a general growth habit, very spindly, not as thick as nodding thistle tends to be. And actually a little tougher to tell apart from Canada thistle. You have to train your eyes to look at it when it's in juvenile form, because it's more similar to Canada thistle than what nodding thistle is. So there's some shots of juvenile plumeless thistle, and gets an idea of what you're looking at as compared to a dandelion there. So really variable in terms of height. I've seen quite short plants, and then all the way up to this one that I'm standing beside here, which is quite a bit taller than me. And that's the same plant just looking up from where I was standing. So this can be in certain situations quite a tall plant. And I would say very capable of getting into a hay crop as well. Anybody seeing this outside of river valleys in Alberta, the plumeless thistle?
I'm not seeing any hands. No.
Okay, I know it's quite heavily infested on the Bow River, so. At this point, we could take 5 and just give everybody a quick break and then resume and finish off the weed list here. Is that fair for everybody?
That's a great plan. So it's 2:29, so we can meet back here at 2:35, if that works for everybody. Great.
We're getting there.
Do you have a musical interlude for us, Kelly?
I'll see what I can find.
See you guys in 5.
I can't stop this feeling deep inside of me. Girl, you just don't realize what you do to me. When you hold me in your arms so tight, you let me know everything's alright. What I'm feeling, I'm high on believing that you're in love with me. Lips as sweet as candy, this taste is on my mind. Girl, you got me thirsty for another cup of wine. Got a buzz from you, girl, but I don't need no cure. I just stay up thinking if I can restore all the good love when we're all alone. Keep it up, girl. Yeah, you turn me on. What I'm feeling, I'm high on believing that you're in love with me. All the good love when we're all alone. Keep it up, girl. Yeah, you turn me on. What I'm feeling, I'm high on believing that you're in love with me. I'm hooked on a feeling, and I'm high on believing that you're in love with me. Said I'm hooked on a feeling, and I'm high on believing that you're in love with me.
I won't start the next song. We'll just leave it at that.
That was great though.
My kids would approve. I think both of those are on that Guardians of the Galaxy thing, and It's funny, these old 70s songs have new life in these movies, but
Totally the classics. Yep. Perfect. Well, that's perfect timing because it is 2:35. So hopefully everybody is back, and then we'll keep on rolling with the species.
yep, we're on the home
Great.
stretch here, so I can go ahead. We got most everybody back.
Yeah, everyone should be back.
Okay, just have to reshare here. Okay, moving on from plumeless thistle to poison hemlock. You see we're kind of going alphabetically here. Conia maculatum is a biennial species. And again, there's lots of hemlocks. You got to be careful with this one as to which one you're looking at. This is up to 10 feet tall, so quite a tall plant. And you get, as again is the case with a lot of the hemlocks, you get purple spotting with ridges on these plants, and the umbulatum type flowers on the top. Fern-like leaves, so I would say that it's different from, say, a tansy, more segmented and divided than a tansy is. And all parts of this plant are very poisonous. So again, I would say you're almost always going to see this in quite a wet area, at least in my experience, or areas that have been recently wet. So you see a little bit of the foliage here of how it looks. Again, if you're seeing it, use gloves. Make sure you take some good photos of it, and you want to avoid this being in a hay, obviously, because it's poisonous properties. Another one that actually I have been told is been found in southeastern Alberta near Medicine Hat, and that's puncture vine, which is a surprise because it's traditionally been quite a bit further south. I'm unsure as to whether this would be a huge problem in a hay crop, but you sure wouldn't want it to be in there because it's quite a low growing species, very close to the ground. It's an annual, so it would be, I guess, similar to what you'd see with a roundleaf mallow in the way it grows in terms of that. But anybody, I'm going to just say before we finish the species, anybody actually encountered this in Alberta?
I'm not seeing any hands.
Okay. Yellow flowers on it when it is in flower, but most of the time you're not going to see flowers on it. And the seed capsules are the big thing here. They resemble a ram head. And these things are so sharp that they'll actually puncture a bike tire. So pretty serious plant in terms of you wouldn't want to be running around with the seeds on the ground because it would go through your boots and cause quite a bit of pain actually. So it's quite a serious species from that perspective. But again, it's very close to the ground in its growth habit. So hopefully you won't see that one, but if I were to be betting, southeast Alberta would be the most likely area you would see it. Purple loosestrife, again, not impossible for this to get into hay. You could make a pretty good argument that it's unlikely to get into hay, but it is still on the list at this stage of the game. Semi-aquatic to aquatic perennial. Really varies in terms of how tall it grows. It says up to 8 feet, but I've seen it a lot shorter than that. And really likes water. So you're not going to see this in a dry site by any stretch of the imagination. Reasonably distinctive flower on this species, square stem. Again, anybody ever seen purple loosestrife in a hay crop situation or adjacent to it?
So we're looking for hands. I'm not really seeing any. It's a beautiful Bombus centralis on your purple loosestrife flower there, Kelly. Just a note.
I couldn't help but take that shot, and I knew you'd pick that out.
And when we're done, we have a question about puncture vine. Do you want to take that now?
Sure, let's do that now.
Sure. So Harry is asking, is puncture vine most common in coarse soils?
I would say, to the best of my knowledge, the answer to that would be yes, but I haven't had a lot of experience with it. The place I saw this growing quite extensively was actually in Texas, and it was all along the roadsides out there. And they recommended that you be very careful when you went into the ditch for any reason, because if you were running around in flip flops or something and you got into a patch of this, you'd be regretting it instantly. So, yeah, to the best of my knowledge, it is a coarse soil. coarse textured soil plant to answer that one. Okay, moving on to one that you would not expect to be on the list, but actually is on NAISMA's list. This is so common in Alberta that it would not be regulated. It's one of those examples. But quackgrass is actually still on our list. In some areas, they do not have it. And it would be interesting to know if this species actually becomes an issue for Alberta. It's one that definitely is widespread in Alberta to the best of my knowledge, certainly in southern Alberta. And again, you would want to be trying to make sure this is not in your hay crop. So I'm kind of curious. Most people are familiar with quackgrass, but could you see this being an issue? And I'm particularly asking those that have it, that have been running in a weed-free forage program. Has this ever been something you've had to cut around or work around in a field?
I haven't.
That's good to hear. But anybody unfamiliar with quackgrass in Alberta? That's good. I figured it was one that was pretty common, but it's surprising many jurisdictions in the States have never seen it. All right, rush skeleton weed. This is another perennial. You've got actually very similar to a dandelion type of basal roots, or basal leaf system on this one. And the aerial parts of the plant are where it gets its skeleton weed name from. And the flowers are quite small, or about 3/4 of an inch wide. Here's a picture of them. So kind of evoking like a prickly lettuce type of thing, similar to that. But again, you see why they're often compared to a dandelion leaf at the basal structure of these. So this is one that has been on the list from the beginning. It apparently can be a real problem if you get it in a hay crop. Anybody familiar with rush skeleton weed in Alberta?
I'm not seeing any
seeing
hands.
anybody. That's good to hear. I to the best of my knowledge, it's not present yet, but it could be out there. So the other thing that's distinctive about it is the spininess, especially towards the base of this plant on the stems. Moving on, we have Russian knapweed, and actually this is another species that I think taxonomically is going to be reclassified in NAISMA's list. It used to be put in as a Centaurea, but to the best of my knowledge, this species has been reclassified out of the Centaurea genus. And so probably that's going to be updated at some point in the NAISMA standards. But be that as it may, it is definitely, if you look on a lot of the websites that reference this species, they will say it's synonyms because there's a lot of publications that haven't changed that still call it Centaurea repens. This is a shorter growing knapweed, perennial, which makes it a creeping perennial specifically, which makes it unique among those things called knapweed. You get real variation on this plant. It tends to get a lot more densely patched up and retains its patchiness. As a species, you don't get as many solitary plants of Russian knapweed, so a little bit different than say the tumbleweeds from a diffuse knapweed or even spotted's growth habit. A lot of variation on the flower color with this, can be white to lavender to pink. And again, no obvious consistent pattern with leaves. Very, very variable on that. Tends to have, again, a little more solid leaf structure than some of the other knapweeds do, not as pinnately divided, and doesn't tend to have much in the way of black on the bracts like a spotted knapweed would. And the seed heads are generally smaller, and there's more of them. So definitely spreads by creeping roots, but does have high seed production as well. There's a good shot of from Idaho of what those seed heads look like. And these are pictures from Tabor. They struggle with Russian knapweed in the town of Tabor, and a few shots of my own as well from there. This is a good example of what it looks like prior to flowering. So very dense stands. This is capable of generating. How many people in this class have encountered Russian knapweed in their jurisdiction?
we're seeing some hands. So Rod Foggin and Will and George. So 3 hands.
Yeah, you can see how it can get really out of control quite quickly. So this is one that if you do happen to find it, again, because it's a creeping rooted plant, you're going to want to be very careful if you do have it in a hay crop. And I've seen this in pasture, I've seen it in cultivated cropland, and I've seen it in hay. So it's pretty adaptable as to where it will grow. So I would treat this with the utmost of respect if you do have it in an area you're wanting to certify.
And Kelly, there's a quick question about Russian knapweed from Harry. He's wondering if there's any allelopathy from this species.
You know, allelopathy in knapweed has been discussed many times, but the jury is still out on exactly what's happening with it. There's spotted knapweed. They've shown that it does have a compound called catechin that injects into the soil, but specifically with Russian knapweed, I'm not aware of allelopathic effects. This one is really a good one because of the root network that it forms. It can just outcompete for space under the soil, pardon me. So you may find something, and by all means pass that along to me if I'm mistaken on that, but I haven't seen this specific knapweed demonstrating allelopathic effects. Scentless chamomile, again, this one you'll find has a lot of variation to the scientific name on it. Annual, biennial, or perennial. This species I have seen to actually reproduce in all 3 aspects, which is odd for a plant to do. Pretty common to most of Alberta. Again, this is on the list in NASMA because of Alberta, because we saw what it could do in hay. Quite often in my part of the world, the bottom left photo is actually from Pincher Creek here. It is often an indicator of underground water. We tend to find it grows down in the south in wetter spots than it does, maybe just because the parkland and north regions of Alberta have more moisture in general. But what I quite often see is you can actually see an undulating creek-like pattern in a field that has scentless chamomile only expressing in those areas down here. Up in other parts of the world, or if you have a generally wetter field in general, it can be coast to coast from one end of the field to the next. I know this is a problem all over Alberta, and most of you are probably quite familiar with it. Scotch thistle. Again, I'd love a show of hands if anybody's actually seen this in Alberta. It is one that has been photographed in Wyoming and other places in the Midwestern and Western states. Quite a distinctive plant, up to 8 feet tall, kind of that silvery textured foliage, which would distinguish it from some of the other thistles we've looked at. More like a hoary cress color than a thistle color. And the spiny leaf wings that go onto the stem are pretty distinctive of this plant. Massive leaves on this as compared to most of our thistles. And if you saw one of these in the wild, it would jump right out at you in Alberta, I would say. Anybody encountered this one in Alberta?
We've got a couple of hands up, both Will and Rod have their hands.
Is that right? That's news to me, and I'd love to see it sometime. You'll have to tell me where that's at. Maybe leave it in the chat. Okay, this is another one that I'm actually kind of surprised it hasn't made its way into Alberta. This is a huge problem in Nebraska and some of the Midwestern states. This is actually a forage crop that has escaped and has become a massive weed problem in the states. It's a perennial legume, Sericea lespedeza. And again, I've seen patches of this in Nebraska that looked like a hayfield, basically. It was so widely distributed and solid, dense patches. The bottom right hand gives you an idea. So it's a legume that's escaped, and we do not want it in spread anymore in hay. So be on the watch out for that one. Has a pretty distinctive flower, but generally speaking, you're more looking at the leaves of this plant. Anybody ever encountered this one in the wild in Alberta?
I don't think I'm seeing any new hands. Will has his hand up. Is that for this plant, Will? And I don't see it. Oh no, no,
Nope,
I don't see any hands up.
Okay. Anyway, be on the watch out for that one. Spotted knapweed, Centaurea maculosa. This has again been renamed. I believe in our legislation it's even been renamed, but a lot of references still refer to it as Centaurea maculosa. This is one that has those distinctive black spots on the bracts. Pink to purple flowers. I've seen them white as well. Doesn't tumbleweed like its cousin, the diffuse snapweed, does, and really aggressive. You can get it into a hay crop quite easily. The seed heads will retain that black tip bract for a long time after the fact. Doesn't break down as quickly as some other plants do, and it has more of an upright structure when it's mature. They call it a biennial plant, and I would say in Alberta, I've most often seen it behave as a short-lived perennial, shorter lived than diffuse does, but it definitely will regrow past the second year. So at least that's been my experience with the plant. Pretty good shot of it here. When it doesn't have a flower, it's pretty easy to miss, but it does have a gray-green color to it, almost a silvery color in some aspects, in some light. So depending on the time of day, you could quite easily miss this plant if it did not have the distinctive flower. The flower makes it pop, and you can mistake it from a distance as Canada thistle. Once you get an eye for it, you do see the differences, but from a distance, sometimes this plant can be mistaken for Canada thistle. So watch out for this one. It is definitely a huge problem in southern Alberta and would prevent a field from being certified. Another knapweed species on their list is squarrow snapweed. This is a shorter growing knapweed than some of the others we've looked at, about 1.5 feet tall. And this one is a little more pubescent. It has hairs on the foliage and smaller heads, I think, than some of the others. It actually more closely resembles the diffuse snapweed head than the spotted. They're thinner and taller than those other knapweed species. But a good shot here on AISC's pictures of it. Again, if you were to compare it to diffuse snapweed, you're more often going to have white flowers on diffuse, whereas this one will be more pinky white. Moving on to Hypericum perforatum, or common St. John's wort. This is one that is a huge problem in British Columbia. It has been growing in Alberta, but doesn't seem to go across the Continental Divide as easily. So it's a much bigger problem in the western states west of the Rockies. Perennial species. This is one that is actually used in herbal medicine as they call it nature's Prozac, actually. So it's prized for that, and that's why it's done as well as it has, but capable of very prolific spread and a big problem in BC. If you were wanting to certify in the East Kootenays, you'd have a lot of trouble because of this plant. The reason it's got the designation perforatum in its scientific name is because of the leaves that have these small holes, pinprick holes in them, perforated, perforatum. And again, a fairly short growing plant as compared to some of the others. So if it doesn't have that flower on it, you could miss it fairly easily. 5-petaled flower, so it's not a mustard species, and tiny little rough seeds on it. So there's a close-up shot from Julie of that perforated leaf and of the flower of St. John's wort. Show of hands again for St. John's wort if you've seen it in your district.
Yeah, we've got a couple of hands up. Jordan Smith and Melissa Marquis. I've seen it here in the past, Kelly, and in the castle. I
would suspect that it would move into southern Alberta before northern Alberta, but in those areas where you found it, is it presenting to be a big problem?
Jordan said he's found 2 plants. I'm not sure about Melissa.
All I'll warn you with this one is that it might be a sleeping giant. It may just be adapting to Alberta's climate, and it could be, like, based on what I've seen in BC, this one could be a huge problem if it ever adapts. So.
Absolutely. And Jordan said that the rail right away moved to them a few years ago, so hopefully they got right on top of it. And Melissa said a couple of plants outside an old historical church or school site, so which was similar to what I saw in the past years.
Since we're not building pipelines anymore, the railways may start popping up again, and we may get even more transport on the railway than we already do. So CPR and CN are the gift that keeps on giving, as we've seen if you've been in this game as long as I have. Sulfur cinquefoil. There is lots and lots and lots of potentilla species. Many of them are native, but this particular one, which is a long-lived perennial, almost a semi-woody species, found in southern Alberta, southwestern Alberta. It could be a problem in hay if it got into it. I would say the south would be the main worry for this one. Stems are covered with hair on this plant, and the flowers are pale yellow with this distinctive notch in there and that cream colored flower as compared to some of the other potentillas, but it shares the palmate leaf structure of the potentilla family, or potentilla genus even. This is what it looks like in a field setting. They have quite a big problem with this in Wyoming, and we have it near Water and Lakes National Park and into a few fields. I'm not sure about Cardston County, but certainly we have a few places in our district in Pincher Creek where this is an issue. Tall buttercup. This is an indicator of a wet area, and it is definitely one that animals are going to avoid, but it could quite easily get into a hay crop situation, particularly along the eastern slopes of the Rockies. Doesn't usually go too far east into the prairies, with the exception of the Cypress Hills. They have quite a problem with it up there, again, which is more like these foothills areas that I live in. Tall buttercup is definitely aggressive. Not likely to be in anything but an area that has got wet area underneath it. So that's where you're going to see it in a hayfield. And it is poisonous like many of the other buttercup species. Some good shots of it here. It's again one that you could easily miss when it's not in flower, but the flowers themselves, they almost have a shiny texture on the inside of the petal. So pretty easy to pick out. And again, the leaves are very distinctive as well. So this is showing you just what it can do. If you had a grassy type hay, you're gonna probably see this as opposed to say an alfalfa based one.
So George has
Tansy
a comment
ragwort.
about tall buttercup, recently found along a canal out in the prairies, but it's been controlled since then.
Yeah, and it's actually fairly easy to kill. The biggest issue you have with herbicide treatment on this is not availability of a product that will treat it. It's getting into the site that's often very, very wet. So this is one that, you know, if you know where it is and you can get to a point in the year where things dry up a little bit, that's when you're going to want to treat it. It is a perennial. So, you know, even something as simple as old school MCPA will take this stuff out at a fairly low rate. But getting into an area can be problematic, so it's often in a low area. Tansy ragwort, this is not the same as common tansy. This is a biennial to short-lived perennial that only reproduces by seeds. The lobes on the leaves of this are quite deep, and it is a toxic plant with a clustered flower behavior. So this is what it looks like. Again, the leaves of this are fairly distinctive. From a distance, you could mistake it for other species, but when you get up close and see the flowers, it's pretty distinctively identified as tansy ragwort. There's a really good shot of the leaves from Nicole. Just shows you how deeply lobed they are, so it would be an easy one to pick out. This has been found in Alberta, but again, I'll ask for a show of hands with how many have encountered it.
So a couple of hands up. Three hands.
Yep, so it is present. Definitely one to look for. If you found it in your area, I would be on the lookout for it. One more shot of one in flower. Again, it's different enough from a lot of our weeds that I think you'd pick this out fairly quickly. Nice shot again from Nicole of the flower detail. Okay, moving on to what may have been ordered differently if most of the NASMA called this blue weed, but Viper's bug loss is the common name that NASMA is attached to this one. In Australia, Viper's bug loss is actually a different plant closely related to Echium vulgare, but we do have it here in Alberta, particularly in southern Alberta. and it is spreading quite quickly in gravelly textured soils. I have not seen it being in a hay crop, but I won't say it couldn't be. They list it as an annual, biennial, or perennial, but I have only seen it as a biennial species. Very distinctive bristles on it, very hard to handle. And the distinctive blue purple flowers are what really are showy on it. But it is quite easy to pick out even without the flowers because of these spots on the stems and the very, very bristly texture of them. This is what it looks like when the seeds are in late stage. And you see on this picture here, I believe this is from Wyoming, of just how quickly it can spread. So definitely if you're in a grass hay situation, this could be a problem creeping in, but it does like gravelly to sandy textured soils over really nice soil. Just an idea of what you get here. This is a gone to seed blueweed and a close-up shot of one of the rosettes. So high seed viability from the seed production. And you see all the little rosettes that came from the parent plant here. Quite often before it's in its second year form, the first year will be looking like this on the ground. So a lot of flat to the ground rosettes. And this is an example of one that's regrowing from the first year growth. So that's the first year growth that's on the ground in the background. And then this will turn into a spike as the season goes on. Just a couple more shots of it. If you haven't encountered blueweed, it definitely is a very rapid spreader. This is a shot from Megan's neck of the woods with Frank's Slide, Turtle Mountain in the background, and some nice examples of Dalmatian toadflax and common mullein in the foreground as well. And this is in near Fort Macleod. CPR is a big spreader of this as well. So if you are going to encounter it, it could very well be along the rail line. Surprise, surprise, one of the species on NASMA's list is very common in Alberta, and that's wild oats. Again, this could be more of an issue, I think, in if you were certifying straw, where you might have an issue with certifying due to wild oats. So get yourself refamiliarized with wild oats. It's not one that we tend to look for as noxious and prohibited noxious weed people because it's so common. But a lot of areas don't want anything to do with wild oats because they don't have it yet in the US. So if any of this stuff would be going for export, you'd want to make sure that this one was not in it. So more of an issue, I think, in a straw situation than it would be in a hay situation. And I think I won't spend a ton of time on that because wild oats are pretty familiar to most areas with cereal cropping in Alberta. Wild millet, again, maybe less common up here, but it's one that they definitely don't want. This is a fairly distinctive plant with, you know, that corn type of growth habit. So it's a grain basically, and pretty distinctive to find. Anybody encountering wild millet in any parts of Alberta?
So we have one hand up, but that might be up from before. Jennifer, have you experienced wild millet? No, I don't think so.
Okay. We're almost done, folks. I know we're just a little past 3 o'clock, but I'm just getting to the last of the species. You see we're in the Ys, so we're in good shape here. This is the other one that was added with the other blue stem species I described earlier and was added to the list. Another warm season blue-gray bunch grass, 4 feet tall, and yellow-green leaves that are usually smooth and go up to 10 inches in length. And leaf blades can be either flat or folded. So again, that's some variability there. And stem joints can either be hairy or not. So that's not necessarily a distinguishing feature. It looks a lot like the big blue stem that I described earlier as with the other species, except that they're more branchy on this one. And again, it turns straw or light colored as opposed to the native blue stems that similar to the other species. So again, this is one that look for this type of a situation in terms of how they look, and that type of a growth habit is what we're looking for. But apparently this is spreading in the Dakotas, and so it's not out of the realm of possibility that it could be an issue in Alberta at some point. I think these 2 blue stems are something that we should be, as Alberta inspectors, trying to get a little bit more up to date and up to speed on, along with some of the other winter annuals like Medusa Head and Ventonata. So again, just some shots of this specific blue stem plant as how it differs. When it dries down, it goes to a straw colored rather than the red. Okay, on this one, I added this little piece with yellow hawkweed because NAISMA may have to deal with this in a better way, and we're struggling with it in Alberta as well because there's so many invasive yellow flowered hawkweeds out there. And we're having the same trouble with NAISMA as we are here in Alberta as to which ones do you include on the list and which ones do you put out. It's very difficult to regulate a genus. So we are going to have to come to terms with this in Alberta and as NAISMA as well. But I'm saying if you've got any non-native invasive hawkweed species, I would be giving that a wide berth in anything you certify. And I don't know, again, the districts that have been doing weed-free forage, if you're concerned. I know here in Pincher Creek area and Crow's Nest Pass, we're starting to get very concerned with the hawkweeds. Is anybody else as concerned as we are down here with how quickly this is spreading in Alberta? And I'm referring not necessarily to this specific species, but all the invasive hawkweeds we seem to have popping up in Alberta.
Yeah, there's a couple of hands. Yeah, a few hands now being raised. Definitely a big problem.
Anybody from Clearwater on want to comment on what they're seeing in terms of, I know they've been actively treating it for many years, but you know, are you seeing that it's getting cleaned up? Are you seeing it's continuing to spread? Is there anybody from Clearwater on the call?
Marty, do you have a microphone today?
Oh, of course. Sorry, Marty. I must be getting tired. I forgot all about you.
I'm not sure if anyone else from Clearwater is here. We really like putting people on the spot today.
Yep.
We're not hearing from Marty, so.
Marty stepped away from the computer after 3 o'clock. Okay, again, I can't stress this enough. What we're seeing down here in Southwest Alberta is very alarming with regards to how quickly these hawkweeds are spreading. So I would be very, very cautious before I would certify a field with hawkweed in it or anything near it. Just a couple of shots. Again, the hawkweeds vary. This particular species is more of a smooth leaf on the basal leaves, whereas some of the other ones we're familiar with in Alberta are much hairier than that. Yellow star thistle, this one again, mystifyingly has not been expressing in Alberta, although we did find it about 15 years ago in the MD of Pincher Creek. Came up on a load of turbine blades for our wind turbines, if you've ever been in this part of the world. And it had actually been brought up from California, where this is, there's about 1 million acres of this species in California. And we had the seed heads come up. Fortunately, nothing has expressed up here, but it is one that is widespread in the Western US, has been found in Montana. So one that we should be concerned of, especially in the southern part of the province. It's a close relative of the knapweeds, obviously, is the genus Centaria. And it has these quite distinctive spines going through the bracts, so it's not hard to pick out when it's in its flowered form. The leaves are, again, kind of knapweedy, and it's amazing that this one got called star thistle instead of another knapweed, because that's really what it is. It's related to the knapweed species. Anybody encountered this outside of our unfortunate Pincher Creek episode?
So I'm not seeing any hands raised, but Marty has plugged in his mic, Kelly. So when we're done with yellow star thistle, we'll give Marty a chance to talk about hawkweeds. Yeah, I'm not seeing any hands.
Go ahead, Marty, and I'm sorry that I didn't put Marty and Clearwater County together, but yeah, what's been your experience more recently with the hawkweeds, not just the one listed here, but all the hawkweed species up there?
Can you hear me there, Kelly?
Yeah.
Perfect. Well, we've been fighting the hawkweeds for 10 plus years, and as you mentioned when you were talking about yellow or orange hawkweed, you know, we have had it in our northern part of the county for quite a number of years, and it does spread like wildfire. We have a staff that is dedicated to fighting our eradicable program, which is any weed that we think is in small enough number that we can either keep it at bay or try and push it out of the county. The hawkweeds are definitely the major component of that person's position is fighting them up near the Rocky Mountain House Grazing Reserve or along Highway 22 North. In one case, shortly after I started, there was a 20-acre parcel of hawkweed that we thought we were getting too late, so we left it for the following year to attack it first thing. And by the following year, we had 100 acres of hawkweed. It's been an absolute difficult weed to manage, not because it's hard to kill. We found it very easy to kill, but it spreads like crazy. And we're seeing it a lot more on the highways and along the roadways in the northern part of our county, because it has the ability to travel so well, especially on roadside mowers and all that sort of stuff. So I don't know what other aspects you want me to talk about it, but I mean, we will be fighting it for quite a while. I do believe tall hawkweed or meadow hawkweed and orange hawkweed are being taken off the provincial list if they ever get around to dealing with it, but the other hawkweeds will be added to the list.
My understanding was that they're going to be downgraded to noxious, or are they looking at removing them altogether?
No, I guess it is just downgrading it to noxious, but as you would be well aware of, I think they've got a huge infestation in that Frank Slide Crow's Nest Pass area, where they were pulling water out of lakes in BC to combat a fire down there, and just ended up spreading a whole bunch of weeds along the Highway 1. And anyone in the northern slopes has had a problem with or can find hawkweed if they look hard enough.
Yeah, thanks for that experience, Marty. The situation in BC is that the weed managers I have there, 10, 15 years ago, they considered it a species of highest concern. And now those same weed managers have essentially given up, because the hawkweeds have spread so far and wide in British Columbia in all parts of the province that they have not been able to keep it at bay. And again, as Marty said, it's not so much that you can't kill it or can't treat it. It's that it just is like a wildfire. It spreads so quickly over such a huge geography that you just can't keep up with all the new infestations. And so I'm hoping we have a different experience here in Alberta, but based on what happened in British Columbia, it's pretty discouraging. And as you mentioned, Marty, the infestation on the eastern slopes down here in southwest Alberta, it's pretty scary what happened there. I'm not trying to evoke nightmares in Megan. That's from a past life of hers, but.
Let's change the topic. Just kidding. We've got a couple other hawkweed questions. So from Yellowhead County, so Melissa has a comment. And Melissa, let me know if you want to be unmuted. So she said that Yellowhead County has lots of hawkweed infestations as well. Meadow and orange, lots of tall hawkweed as well that's not on the list. They've sent samples to Nicole in previous years, and they found king devil, yellow devil, and they've had crosses. Nicole wasn't sure if it was a devil/tall cross. And I know that they exhibit a lot of plasticity. So, down in the south, none of the yellows have stolons. This is not Melissa's comment anymore. This is Megan's comment. But yeah, so in the south, we don't see stolons with yellow flowered invasive hawkweeds. But for the same species in the north, we found tall hawkweed using tons of stolons. So there's a lot of plasticity in how they reproduce and what they're going to use. Jennifer also is asking Marty a question. So this is for you, Marty. Jennifer is wondering, which hawkweeds do you have in your area, Marty?
We basically classify them into meadow and orange, but I'm sure that we also have some of the other stuff as well, because we have different people who run the eradical program depending on the year. We just get them to go after all of the hawkweeds. I'm sure that there are some king devil and stuff here too, but we've sort of just classified them all as meadow and orange, just to make sure that they all get dealt with, and that any hawkweed that they see, they attack.
I prepared a brief for what was then called Alberta Sustainable Resource Development. This would have been 2012, 2013, where I became a lot more educated on just how, as Megan says, plastic this species is. Depending on your taxonomy, I've seen things that describe anywhere between 800 and 14,000 different hawkweed species worldwide. And the biggest problem they're having is that just the genetics of this plant are so able to cross that it's driving taxonomists absolutely crazy, because they're seeing such variability. And so they don't know how to classify some of these. The best work has been done by Linda Wilson in the Pacific Northwest, and she's made a fairly good key, but I would even say that it's not as complete as it could be based on what people are finding. But she's definitely got the best key system for distinguishing different native and non-native hawkweeds. So
Yeah, and
take a look
talking
at
with
that, Google that.
and talking with Nicole, I know she has indicated there has been a lot of cross pollination or a crossbreeding of the hawkweeds. So yeah, I think there's more varieties out there than what we know, and then they just kill them all.
Be very unscientific with how you treat them, right? So, but there are native hawkweeds. I guess that's the only caution I'd say, is there are native hawkweed species, but you'll generally be able to see the difference quite quickly and how quickly they spread. So yellow toadflax, we'll move on here and finish up. This is the other toadflax in the list. The shorter growing, more densely packed growth structure of Linaria vulgaris makes it more of a candidate to invade a hay crop, I would say, than Dalmatian toadflax. But it's again a creeping root perennial. Similar flowers, different leaves. The leaves are much more finely divided on common toadflax, but definitely a species of concern that will grow just about anywhere. I've seen it on disturbed soil, cropland, hayland, natural areas, riparian areas, dry sites. It seems to be very adaptable, and definitely one that if you have it adjacent to a crop, you would not want to certify that area at all. Give a wide berth of several swatter lengths between it and anything you'd certify. That is the last species. Lots and lots of photo credits here. Again, if you have found that you have better photos than some of the ones I featured here for these species, please send them along to me or to Megan, and we will try and get that incorporated in this training for the benefit of anybody else taking the weed-free forage training. So thanks to all that have contributed to this presentation. Open it up to any more questions or comments. And just a quick commercial. If you like what NAISMA's generally put together here with this program, you'll love the rest of our stuff. NAISMA's hosting a hybrid conference in late September in Missoula, Montana. It will also be streamed on the internet through Zoom. But we would encourage you, if we're able to by then with the pandemic, to make your way down. It's not always this close to Alberta. And again, I can't say enough about the organization and how it will help you in your professional development, and how we could use you to make NAISMA better as well. So take a look at naisma.org for details as they become available as we work out the agenda for this conference. Again, thank you to my colleagues with NAISMA and everybody that's contributed, particularly Julie Kraft in Wyoming, who I don't mention here. She's done a lot of work on this presentation, and I am indebted to her. That's it, Megan. I guess we can look at questions.
Yeah, no, thank you so much, Kelly, for that. That was absolutely wonderful. Here, I'll throw my video on too. So yeah, folks, we've got time. So please, 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 if you have any questions, please type them into the Q&A box. If you'd like to be unmuted, raise your hand and then I'll get to that. And there's a few things here. So there's some important stuff that we should talk about. So Sebastian's asking if there's any fee for service. Some municipalities are charging for the weed-free forage inspection, or any limitations on charging fees under the MOU.
Very good question, and one that's often asked. So the answer is everything from soup to nuts. Depending on the jurisdiction, some charge for it and some do not. Some charge cost recovery. Some, if they're very, very busy with it, charge more. Some charge for twine, some do not. You have flexibility. I would love it if in Alberta we could come to some consistency, but I don't want to die on that hill. I will leave that to Megan and the Department of Agriculture to see, you know, if this catches on like we both hope, or like we all hope it does, that we can keep this as cost effective to the producer as possible. at some point, if it becomes onerous on a municipality to keep up with it, and AISC or the province is not able to help fund it, then maybe you look at some type of a cost structure. But NAISMA does not want to set a hard rule on this, because every jurisdiction has different realities. So the answer to the question is, at this point, it's kind of up to you, but I would like to have dialogue between jurisdictions in Alberta to see if we can give some consistency across at least the province with regards to what you charge for inspection and maybe the twine. So maybe if the ones that are doing it currently could comment on that, I'd appreciate that to see. It hasn't been very busy in Alberta has been the issue.
So I can comment for Rocky View. So we only charge for the twine, and we're just doing a cost recovery right now, and we don't charge for inspections. But currently right now, we only have 3 producers.
Right. Thanks so much, Laura. And I think Marty, do you want to go ahead?
Yeah, we don't charge for the inspection part because it really hasn't been too onerous. I mean, if we ended up with 20 producers or 30 fields or something, we'd probably have to start charging. But for the limited amount that we do right now, we're not charging anything except for the twine. Same as Laura, but we ask for 10% on top of cost.
Yeah, and Jordan and Chad have weighed in the chat there that said that they're not charging right now. I hope this becomes an issue in Alberta. Again, once we have inspectors certified to do this, and we can convince producers that they can in fact produce this crop and be able to sell it. The other side of the argument is to say to people all over Alberta, whether they're horse outfitters or public lands agencies, hey, guess what? We can supply you with certified weed-free product now. And I hope that fuels demand. I hope it's like that old movie about the baseball field where they say, if you build it, they will come. We're really hoping that by working on both sides of the demand chain, that we can fuel a market for weed-free forage that I hope leads to an economic incentive for producers to get involved and makes it so that municipalities actually have a lot of work to do. That's my hope. And then, then we can get into a more realistic conversation of whether we should charge for the service or not. And at the end of the day, it really varies. Most states that are doing a lot of them charge at least a nominal fee for inspection, but they're not looking to discourage people from growing, I guess. So it's trying to find that balance between, not subsidizing the activity and cost recovery somewhere in there.
And I guess I'll chime in on that too. So if it's an issue and a barrier to your organization and your county coming on board with and bringing the program online, talk to us and let us know, and maybe we can work to help address that. We can apply for funding. There's different things that we can do as well to help with regard to finding solutions to potential barriers. So please let us know if that is an issue for you and your organization. This is good. We've got some good questions in here. So hopefully we address that okay. And please, again, do reach out if that is a barrier.
I can just chime in. Sorry, Megan. We do have we've got a fair amount of twine. So if some other counties are wanting to participate, we do have some surplus in our county. So just be dependent on how much you want, but we do have it available should you need it.
Always try to scope my twine sales, Laura. Always. Settle down, Laura.
Yeah, you should see our CCAN. We could make some room for some other things.
I'm gonna send Megan a picture of our CCAN, and then she'll send it out, and I'll scoop your sales.
Perfect.
Back off, Marty.
I will say with the twine, if it catches on, this surplus situation we're in right now in Alberta will not last. Yeah. I will say as well, I didn't mention it in the first preamble with the first presentation, but jurisdictions that they find their twine supply is limited, what they recommend to the producer is, if they're doing small squares in particular, you don't need to have all the strands around the bale as weed-free twine. you can actually, on say a small square, you can have one roll coming off regular twine and one roll coming off weed-free twine. So that way you can still identify the bale, but you're not using quite as much of the relatively more pricey twine. And the reason it's more pricey is because the PolyXL down in Utah has to run a completely separate order. And so they have to stop production of their other twine in order to produce the weed-free twine for all over the United States, basically. So that's why it's a little more pricey. And again, I hope it becomes a problem that we're short in Alberta. And then these two that have the surplus could stop bidding each other out or whatever they're doing.
So yeah, and I'll echo that. So we didn't. So AISC applied for and received a grant to promote this program and to kind of breathe some new life into it. So some of the funding areas that we have money for are to pay for the NASMA fee for all the inspectors. So we have a certain budget line for that. So we'll be covering that for you guys to get you certified. We do have a budget line item for purchasing more twine. So we chatted, so Laura, Marty, Chad, a few others, myself chatted, and we decided not to purchase any for this year because we didn't know what the uptake would be. So the goal is, I think, to get kind of through the stock and the inventory that we have right now through Laura and Marty. And then we can work on purchasing some more for next year. We can also look at different options to the twine to make sure that we have the right products for identifying that the forage is certified weed-free. So we'll reevaluate next winter and then be placing an order likely to have lots in stock for next year. There was one other thing I was going to say about that. Now I can't remember. But yeah, so we have a budget, so we should be able to cover those costs to purchase a bunch of twine the next time we do an order. So keep that in mind. So then I'll jump on to the next question. So Michael's wondering, he's got a coworker that couldn't make it today, and he's wondering how they could become certified. So back to that line item. So my understanding now, Kelly, is that you can take this training online through NASMA as well. I think you just pay the fee directly to them. So
you can, and I'm not going to say don't do that. I've tried to make this presentation, which is based on the one you can get online, a lot more Alberta centric. So there's no reference on the online one to Alberta legislation or, some of the weeds that are common to both lists. And so it's a much more, and again, there's nothing wrong with it. It's just more generic. It's more catch-all. Okay. And I think as we get this program going in Alberta, we'd be much better off training our inspectors and get them more familiar with our unique situation here in Alberta as we restart this program. And that's not self-serving. I mean, it doesn't have to be me that does the training, but I think that a little more specific focus on our Alberta reality is important while we get the program going in Alberta on a wider basis.
Definitely. Yeah, no, I totally agree. And I do like the being able to put, like having like Laura and Marty here who can answer these questions and share their experiences. Totally agree. So I was kind of thinking that if we had one-offs, we could send them to the NASMA website to do the certification that way, just because it would be easier. But maybe there's a way we could make this recording available to those people to get them certified, Kelly. And I'll look into that and let you guys know what the process will be. But there is the NASMA, there is an online option for doing it through NASMA, which is maybe less desirable, but an option if we're stuck. So I've made a note of that, Michael, and I'll be in touch with you and I'll let you know. I'll let all of you know when we'll be offering training or how other individuals who couldn't make it today can get trained up as well.
Well, and I just, obviously, I would encourage people, if we ever get out of this pandemic, which some days it doesn't feel like we ever will, in-person training for this is much, much better than online because, you can have more interaction, you can have more discussion on the specific species, and it's definitely my preference to train this in a more in-person interactive way. That's what generally we've done in the past at NASMA. We do offer the online option because it's so widespread across the country now, but I like in person, especially when we talk about experiences with inspections. So to me, if we can establish that up here in Canada, maybe do it at AAAF in-service training, like get licensed through NASMA to do that, I don't know. But to me, sharing experiences will make this program better and hopefully have it grow here. So
perfect. Yeah, definitely. Nope. So I'll be in touch is the answer to that. So Tori's asking if there are any materials or documentation available for the weeds listed on the standards. She's thinking something along the lines of the ID guide for Alberta invasive plants. So Kelly, does NASMA have anything developed?
NASMA generally refers, like other than the presentation that I just gave you, which again, I've changed it a little bit, added several photos in the one I gave you today. The generic version has photos in it and descriptions that you'll see. Other than that, I would recommend going into EDMAP's Bugwood repository of images. Generally, most of the species that NASMA listed on their 55 species are, they have a fairly good catalog of them on the bugwood.org website. So.
Yeah, no, that's great. Thanks for that. And something for us to think about. Maybe that's something we can work on in the future.
Once you're a certified inspector, again, you'll have the ability to go onto NASMA's site and see all the documents related to weed-free products. So even though I did not train you specifically in gravel and mulch, now that you've taken this training, essentially, and paid the fee to NASMA, that opens all the resources that are on our NASMA website to you. And again, that isn't NASMA membership per se. I would still encourage you to consider joining the organization as a full member, but as an inspector, you would have access to that on the website.
Awesome, thanks. So Stacy's asking if we have any tips for establishing the weed-free forage program in an area that hasn't seen it before. So she's uncertain if they'll see much uptake northwest of Edmonton. So maybe I can speak to that a little bit too. So I guess if what you're talking about, Stacy, is, getting the word out about the program, that's where definitely something that AISC wants to work on with regard to marketing and promoting the program. So our first step was to talk to you folks and to get people trained up so that we have inspectors ready to do inspections. And then the next step is to really market this to producers, potential producers who will be interested in certifying their forage as weed-free, but also to the buyers. So making people aware. So we really have, there's a marketing aspect that we'll be kind of pivoting and switching gears and really focusing on that in the next few months here. So we've got some pretty big plans for doing that. So I'm not sure if that addresses your question specifically, but that's definitely our goal for the program, the big picture program, essentially.
I'm going to weigh in here too, because this is important. The big thing that was missing when we signed on to the MOU in the late 90s was Alberta Agriculture initially did support the program. They had on what was called Rope in the Web, their website at the time, they had a whole buy-sell area like what Megan and AISC are proposing. So they had, listings where you could source weed-free hay in Alberta. But gradually they just stopped supporting it. The province of Alberta stopped supporting that website. They stopped updating their website's description of the program, and they did not promote it at all. And, that was really unfortunate because a lot of municipalities didn't want to go out of their way to promote it either. They felt that was a provincial responsibility. And that's where things kind of degraded to the point where we only had 2 or 3 municipalities still supporting it. What you can do in your county, if you think this is a good, again, thinking about the concept of weed-free forage as a value-added economic incentive to doing good weed control habits, pick out your best producers and go to them and sit down with them and say, if we can convince areas that would like construction sites or public lands agencies to source weed-free hay in their districts, maybe you can be the supplier. But what I wouldn't do is just blanket promote it to everybody that grows hay, because we all know, I hate to say it, but there's good managers and there's not so good managers. And if somebody sees dollar signs lighting up in their eye, they're going to be the ones that are going to give you a problem. What you want is your most conscientious forage producers to be the people that initially buy into this. So I would do less of a general outlook, and I would do targeted marketing to your best producers, your most conscientious producers, if it were me.
That's a really good point, Kelly. And that's, that's an area where we can't really do that. That'll be a really good thing that if you're interested at the county level and participating in the program, that would be a really good thing for you guys to do. And that's a little bit out of our ability because we don't really have contact with those individuals like you do. So excellent point. Yeah, I think that that's a really, really good point, Kelly. Yeah. So hopefully, Stacy, if we weren't getting at the quite what you were asking, please let us know. But hopefully, that helped answer your question. So Kendra's asking, is there a process or standard operating procedure that the current municipalities have developed, or AISC, and if so, can you share? So no, AISC has not developed anything, and I'll put this question out to the counties that are currently participating. So do you have a standard operating procedure or a process or an overview of this program or the inspections that you could share?
We don't have a standardized procedure to say, but and that was going to be actually my question, because right now we're just using the old Alberta agriculture forms. So I have no issues using the NASMA one, but I don't know, can we add our logos to it as well? I wasn't sure. So that won't be an issue then, because I don't mind the old form, just because that's what we've been using. But as far as procedure, I could create one, I guess, on how we process and actually go out and do the inspections and stuff like that. So I can work with you guys or with the other municipalities that are currently doing it, and we could create some form of.
I would highly recommend revisiting the standards in detail.
Yeah.
And I would say like that form that we suggest on the website, that's changed considerably from the early days of Alberta's program. So I would say getting the most up-to-date form and then modifying it with your logos. I would think AISC and Alberta Agriculture would want on there as well, just to show who's behind the program. But yeah, it would be great to see adoption of the current format in Alberta if we could do it. What Alberta Agriculture had back in the day, that's pretty dated now. And the basics of the program have not changed, but the species list certainly has. And details of specific things in the standards have changed as well. So I would say a process of figuring that out between those that have been doing it and those that will be, with Megan and touching base with NASMA as well. But really, NASMA, again, I'll repeat what I said right at the beginning. NASMA wants this to be a means to an end. We think it's a good tool to encourage preventative weed control in your forage sector, and that has spin-off benefits. So we are putting the tool out there so that it's consistent, it's supported, and it's proven over 2 decades of field use, mostly in the United States. So to me, that's the strength of it, and we should try to be as consistent with what our US neighbors are doing as we can be.
So first of all, it's not something that I had really thought of or planned on doing, but it's an excellent suggestion. So thank you, Kendra, for bringing it up. And Laura and Marty and Chad and all the others, I'll be in touch. And this is definitely something that if you're willing to help with, I could definitely use your expertise to develop. So I think that'll be a really good tool. So perfect. Stay tuned for that. I've got a note there. Thanks, Kendra.
There'll be some growing pains, but with this level of interest, I'm very encouraged. You're not going to see people beating down your door the first year or so, but it could be something that catches on. I know the demand is there. I'm hearing from more and more public land agencies that they want these materials. Yeah. So again, it behooves the farm community that are a little proactive and good managers to jump on that opportunity and get certified and learn how to be a good weed-free forage producer. So.
Totally. Yeah, absolutely. Laura, did you have a comment you wanted to?
Yeah, I just have a comment. I don't want to be discouraging or anything. Our interest has gone down, and it's unfortunate, but they're still not getting a premium for their hay. And I know that's a provincial problem, but I'm very encouraged to see how many are on the call today too, for interest, because you see the signs going into the backcountry saying weed-free forage only, but again, no one's enforcing it. It's the Good Samaritans that are following the practice, but hopefully with more and more uptake, maybe these producers can get more of a premium for their product.
And we need to lean on our public lands agency people. Honestly, like that's the other side of this, right? Is that where they have it working in the States, they have bought into NASMA's program. Basically, they have bought into the concept that they don't just want weed-free material. They want NASMA certified and inspected weed-free material. And it's an education process. We have to, you know, and hopefully AISC can be part of that, but the counties have to do it too. You know, it benefits your district if you're working on those people, and hopefully they start to have conversations in their regional meetings and it pushes up the chain, because that's what Alberta Agriculture unfortunately didn't do in back in the day. And I'm encouraged they've stepped up and re-signed the MOU. So hopefully whoever's left with Alberta Agriculture can be part of that process in government as well.
And we do have really strong interest from both national parks and Alberta Environment and Parks as well on this program. So again, what we're going to be pivoting here and really shifting our gears to focusing on marketing this to the buyers, who again are, I think in my mind, individual producer, or individuals, as well as like those land managers and the province and those sorts of things. So it's pretty wide, but we're really going to be focusing in on making sure that people know where they can purchase weed-free forage and making it easy for them as well. So Sebastian's wondering, I think that Laura addressed this a little bit. So Sebastian's wondering how much of a markup can producers expect to see if they have a certified weed-free forage product. So my understanding after talking to folks on the ground here is that currently they're not really getting a premium on their product. But we hope that that'll change by just growing this program and letting the market kind of pressures the market adjust itself. Does anyone have
initially I wouldn't advertise it as a premium. I would say we're trying to create a market here. Yeah. Right. So.
And hopefully that market will adjust itself to produce that premium, right? So that's really the goal, I think.
So essentially we need some supply first, and then we need more demand.
Yeah.
And again, once agencies and people know they can get it, that creates the demand, right? So it's sort of trying to make something valuable by creating a supply and then driving hard on the demand side so that your supply gets short. It's basic economics, really, but
exactly. So we're hopeful in the future that producers at some point will start receiving a premium on their product, but currently that doesn't seem to be the case. Sebastian's also asking about the 1 strand rule, and if that, so that we've mentioned it applies to small square bales. Can it also apply to round bales?
My understanding is yes. As long as you have that, or as was mentioned in the standards and in the quiz there, there's other ways of designating and identifying with tagging and whatnot. Read those standards carefully with regards to that. But yes, I would say it's a waste actually to use twine, like every strand of twine, as long as you have it designated as, somebody can easily look at the load and see that it's on there. It'll be designated as weed free. I will say, and I didn't mention this before, that we have had the odd occasion in some of the extreme western states, Washington, Oregon, I believe was the ones where we actually had some people that stole some weed-free forage twine and misrepresented some loads of hay. It was very isolated, but the demand was such that in those states that they saw a way of making some money, and they actually had fraudulent marked hay. They didn't have any certificates or anything with it, so it was caught. But again, we're not in that situation here in Alberta, but it is important to have the backup paperwork along with the twine. The twine is a quick reference. It's not an absolute ID, right?
So Rod's asking, where are the markets for those growing and producing weed-free forage? So I think we've talked about that a little bit as well, but yeah, we really think that the public land managers, we really need to get them on board and aware of the program and where to purchase it, because we know that they make that a requirement, but of people bringing forage onto their land. There is a lack of enforcement that we're aware of, but the more we can make this easy for folks, I think the better it'll be. And we also want individual, like private landowners, to be interested in this as well, because again, there's reasons why everyone should want to be purchasing this weed-free forage. So
What's driving it the most in the US is public land agencies demanding it. Less so the general public, although I will say it's out there, but it's mostly public lands agencies basically asking specifically for certified, NASMA certified weed-free hay and straw. So again, you know, maybe a feedlot is interested in straw. That's not something that's been explored a lot here in Alberta, but you know, it could be. But I think where we're going to start is public land agencies, your national parks, your CFBs, maybe potentially some of the First Nations lands, if they are buying hay. If we can convince them that this is a good practice, you'd see that being a big market as well. So again, it's training people, right? We're training people to wash their vehicles in and out of construction sites. We're training people on different ways that you can do preventative weed control, and this is just another aspect of that.
awesome. So Sebastian has a comment about if we can get the ag societies and rodeo associations on board and to require it, then it could really kickstart demand. Jennifer has mentioned reclamation companies. So yeah, like there's just there's a lot of good stuff here, and I think it's a matter of just putting all the, you know, putting all the pieces in place and making it easy for people, and that's really what we're trying to do. So yeah.
So give a good example. I was a part of a review team that looked at the coal mining application here at Grassy Mountain in the Crow's Nest Pass. And so I reviewed a portion of their submission to the Energy Board, and it was chock-a-block with references to sourcing weed-free materials to do their construction and whatnot. And my question, of course, in my review was, oh, that's wonderful. Where are you getting it from? And under what certification are you getting it from? This is the problem, is that there are private agencies that I think in some way know they should want this, and they have it as a buzzword, but where are they actually getting it from? And is there any consistency to it? That's what NASMA certification offers, is consistent standards, consistently inspected for, and consistently certified with a paper trail. Anybody can say, oh yeah, it's weed free. Sure, that's like certified seed, right? Yeah, you know, but if it's just bullshit, then the weeds are going to continue to spread. This program actually has 2 decades of integrity behind it. And that's why we need to train public and private entities. Yeah, we can give you something that's proven to work, but you have to actually spell it out that we don't want weed-free materials. We want NASMA certified weed-free materials, right? So it's a process, but we have to train everybody to realize what's needed to do that.
Absolutely, yeah. So Kristen's asking about the inspector training and how often they have to be certified. So does the inspector have to be certified for the weed-free forage program annually? It's every 3 years. So your certification that you'll receive after today will be valid for 3 years. At which point the funding will be up for for our grant. And so it may be up to you guys to renew that at that point, but we'll be in contact, and there may be other opportunities for us to apply for funding to cover those training costs again in 3 years' time.
The training fee for an inspector is $40 every 3 years. So if you break that down per year, that's not a lot of money. Yeah. And we didn't used to charge for it, but again, we used to have a lot less jurisdictions across North America. And so it was a lot less inspectors and it was easier to administer. But now we're right across the US. I don't think I included the map in the program, but I can see if I can bring that up as to how many jurisdictions are participating in the program. If you want to run interference for me, Megan, I'll bring that up.
Yeah, I'll move along to the next question. So Kendra's asking, so Kendra says, we're likely going to need a policy in our MD. So Kendra, is that in the context of having like the standard operating procedure that for conducting the inspections? Is that the policy that you're referring to, or is it referring to bringing in certified weed-free forage? So if you're still there, Kendra, maybe you can let me know specifically what that's in reference to. So hopefully you're still, you can type it into the chat or the Q. Oh yes, as far as having a program. a policy with regard to just signing on to the weekly forage program and running it in your county. What I would say to that is, let me know if there's anything I can do to help facilitate that, if there's anything that we can do on our end, and let me know. And if there's something that AISC can do to facilitate something provincially or among many different counties, let me know as well. So, how we do it. Yes, exactly. So she's still kind of saying that we'll have to outline how they go about implementing the program and if they decide to charge. Exactly. So maybe we need to have another meeting to kind of put our heads together and find out what that might look like. Just let me know what you need from me. Yeah, and Kendra's saying it's a new level of service. Exactly. Yeah, and that's going to be different potentially among municipalities. As Kelly said, the more consistency we can have, the better for sure. But we recognize that it's not going to be perfect. So this map that Kelly is showing us, everyone, is a thing of beauty. So when I originally wrote the grant application for this program, I was under well, maybe I wasn't asking and was making assumptions, but I was made the assumption that the old MOU was still valid. So then we received word that we got the grant, and at which point NAISMA let me know that they were no longer recognized the original MOU that was signed in the year 2000. So that was our first big hurdle that we had to get over, was getting an MOU signed by the Alberta Agriculture and Forestry Minister, which we got done, which is amazing. So we're on it. We're doing good so far, you guys. So this is wonderful. This is really exciting to see.
Well, and just to underline that the old MOU is from, I think, 99 or 2000, and that stayed the same for probably too long. There was no expiry date on it, and there actually is no expiry date on the new MOU, which from one hand is great, but really there was some fundamentals of the program that changed. We added new things, gravel and the mulch, and we had administrative fees, differences in the administration of the program, and that's why during my term on NAISMA's board of directors, we decided to basically reinvent the MOU and update it. It was the original MOU template was created on a typewriter in the early 1990s, if you can believe it, and so we updated it just with making sure we had our legal I's dotted and T's crossed, and just brought it a little more up to date. And so for the most part, we had a couple that were hesitant to re-sign, but most of them, if not all of them, now have re-upped and updated their MOUs with us. Again, a lot of them added gravel and now are added to the existing MOU base. So it's maybe a program that initially kind of rolled along on momentum, but the last 5 to 7 years, it's really picked up speed again. And as you see, we never had the eastern side of the United States, Florida, Virginia, North Carolina. Those were not signatories even 3-4 years ago. So we've really expanded into the eastern US, and the next big hill to climb is actually expansion into the south of the United States and more into Canada. And I know NAISMA really wants Canada to buy in and adopt the standards, because again, there's no reason why we shouldn't. There's interprovincial trade here. It's not about NAISMA. It's about weed-free materials, and that's really what we're driving it. We don't get a ton out of it, to be honest with you, in terms of money or anything else. It's just a means to an end. It's a proactive way of getting better weed control practices on an industry-wide scale.
So I think Laura has a comment. Do you want to go ahead, Laura?
Sure. My question, Kelly, I haven't been on that weed-free committee for a number of years, but I know previously we had discussed whether or not that twine would be possible in a net wrap. I know a lot more producers are using the net wrap. Have they talked further on whether they can add a strand or do something to the net wrap?
Yeah, it's still being looked at, and one of the things that we're trying to do, we've kind of had the exclusive contract with PolyXL, and for the most part they're good to deal with, but we're getting so broad now, and their capacity is limited in terms of the timeline that they insist on. So we're trying to get other suppliers interested in the market here. and make it a more competitive process, or even have more than one manufacturer of the product. Because they've been hesitant to provide us with things like net wrap and stuff, and we would love it to diversify the offering a little bit. So yeah, Laura, I'm a little frustrated by that because I thought it would be solved by now, but it's still ongoing. It's not gone away.
And we can definitely put our heads together next winter, like I say, especially if we deplete the current inventory of twine that we have, Laura. If we have that great problem of running out of twine, then we can put our heads together. I know we have some options for exploring products that we could develop ourselves. Oh, okay. So some folks say that there's some issues with net wrap because it's not recyclable. So again, all things that we need to think about when we're coming up with some options. So those are some good points there as well. But yeah, ultimately it needs to be something that the producers are going to use. Yeah. So Jennifer is also asking when can we get the MOU for the gravel program? So Kelly and I have talked about this quite a lot. Recognizing that gravel is potentially an even bigger issue, more widely used substrate, and a major vector of contamination. So so my plan as far as AISC's role in this will be, we're really, really busy right now. We did really good at grant writing, so we have a lot of projects on the go for this year. But I think next year at this time, what I hope to do, if there's still CAP funding available, and I think there should be at that time, we will probably look into applying for a similar grant to do the same thing for the gravel program. We don't really have the capacity to take it on right now. But I also really want to give us enough time with the Weed Free Forage program to really kind of sit back and reflect on some lessons learned, because there are already many, and use that information to really kind of show the grantor, hey, we just did this with Weed Free Forage. It was super successful. We had so much interest. We want to do the same thing with gravel, and then take those lessons learned, take that the results, and go from there. So stay tuned. I'm hopeful that in a year or so, we will start actively applying for grants to do the same thing with the gravel program. So if you're interested, let me know, and we can connect, and we can use all the help we can get at all aspects of developing those projects and those grant applications.
I have to say that when Megan and I were discussing this early on, 6 months ago, I pushed her pretty hard to include gravel, and I think in the end she was correct. She pushed back on that and said, you know what, we want to focus on forage. And in retrospect, I think it's the right decision. I think we should get forage working, and then we have a much better business case to go to on another ministry. Quite frankly, Alberta Agriculture is likely not going to want to have anything to do with gravel products under their MOU. It'll probably be, energy or some other type of ministry that we go after that with, maybe even environment and parks, I don't know. But yeah, they looked at it early on and said, what do we want to get into certifying gravel for? Like, it's not a value-added ag product, really. So
yeah, so stay tuned.
Well, Megan was right. I'm trying to say Megan was right, but it will come.
Perfect. Okay, so yeah, Justine's saying the gravel program is almost a much better business case for municipalities to get on board with the entire program. Some are hesitant with taking on the forage, I think. Yeah, I can definitely see that. And I recognize where they're coming from if they are hesitant to come on board. So, it is voluntary, and maybe the best bet in that case would be to wait until we're ready to tackle gravel as well, and try to bring both on board at the same time. Or yeah, I guess everyone's working with different contexts and different situations. So yeah, but it's in the books. It's on the it's part of the plan and the vision. So so with any luck, we'll have some good news on that front in about a year and a half. So yeah.
We're now 4 o'clock, Megan. So probably a good time to call it a fini for today. I think it's been great discussion. I appreciated the questions very much.
Very good questions. Lots of great discussion. So there's just a few things that I need to follow up with. So I have some work to do, and Laura and Marty and Chad and Jordan and James, I'll be bugging you guys. So there's a few things that I'm going to send out to everybody. One of those things will be information on how other weed inspectors can take this training, become certified. Something you can expect from me is an outline of the certification numbering system that we talked about. I will provide you with the minimum standards, the certificate of inspection form. It sounds like we're going to revise that, add some logos, make it more Alberta specific. Also the transit certificate, same thing. And then we had at least one question that I've highlighted here pertaining to what constitutes a representable sample. And that was referring to pellets that we couldn't answer. So hopefully we will get those answers to you. And so stay tuned. I'll send all of that information out to everybody that was here today. So thank you to Kelly for doing this for us. We're really grateful to have Kelly's expertise and experience on this program. And also, of course, Laura and Marty and Chad, who's chimed in as well. Again, we really are relying on you guys and your experience, your expertise in this program. So if you have any questions, you guys know how to get a hold of me. Don't hesitate to reach out, and I will be in touch. So that's all for me.
Yeah, and you know, as the person who did the training or led it today, I'd appreciate feedback as well. If you liked what I did today, that's great. If you thought there were things I could have done differently or better, I appreciate constructive suggestions to help me do a better job. So just thrilled to see the interest, and my big thanks to all the people that are in the program already that Megan mentioned, and just huge props to Megan for spearheading this with AISC. I'm so thrilled. I can barely contain my enthusiasm. So well done.
Kelly, there's one question coming in. Kristen's wondering if this presentation is going to be available after. I can make it available if you're okay with that, or maybe we need to talk about that after. It's up to you.
Yeah, the only thing that I'm going to say is it's not really ours in terms of Alberta to distribute freely.
Right.
I think if we can make sure that it's not copied and just thrown around, because NAISMA has a proprietary interest in most of it. I amended it, but I'm a past president of NAISMA, so I can get away with that. What we wouldn't want to see is copies of this thing flying around and people doing their own training, because that won't be recognized by NAISMA at all.
So we'll get back to you on that one. So
generally speaking, yes, but we have to make sure it's kept within people that have actually signed up and had the training covered by the way NAISMA does it. And for this case, AISC has picked up your costs. So
yeah, exactly. Okay, guys, thanks so much. It's 4 o'clock. Hopefully it's as nice where you are as it is here, and you all get to go enjoy your evenings now. Thank you so much for tuning in.
Cheers, everyone.
Yeah, perfect.
Have a good summer, and hopefully we get out from under this rock we've all been under.
Mm-hmm. Is there a part 2 quiz? Oh, there was a part 2 quiz, and we didn't ask it, Kelly. We've already lost most of the people.
Which part 2 quiz? No, we weren't quizzing on the species.
No, but remember we were going to ask if people were planning to participate in the program. So the 33 people that are still here, I'm launching a poll.
Oh, right. Now, I thought you meant the original quiz. So.
No. So yeah. So if you're still here, sorry, we let everybody go. Fill in the poll. It should be pretty quick. So yeah. This is super helpful for us to know what we can kind of expect going forward. So thank you so much. Yeah. Sorry, we were just kidding when we said we were done. Perfect. It looks like pretty much 100% of people have voted. So thank you so much, you guys. We're actually done now. So thank you. Yeah, perfect. Have a great evening, everyone. Okay, I'm gonna end this polling. Great.
So now you celebrate, right?
Yes.
You recognize the song or not?
Yes, it's time to celebrate. Yeah. So we have a question here. So Tori's asking if it's possible for her to retake the quiz. I don't know if that's necessary, Kelly. What do you think?
If it would help her, sure. I mean, if there is portions of it that she struggled with, it's more for it's not so much for us as it is for you, really.
So she was just having technical difficulties, and she just wants to make sure she gets her certification. Tori, I'm going to allow you to talk. I have so much power with the Zoom and that sort of thing. Let's just go through these questions really quick, and then we can all make sure that we checked all our boxes. How does that sound? So,
sure, that sounds-
okay, cool. I'm going to relaunch this. and then we'll totally put you on the spot. There's only 9 other people here. So
I remember most of the answers, but do you want to just go through it one-on-one or?
yeah, you can just tell us what the answer is. You can fill it in, whatever you want to do. And
Sure. So for the first question, 10 days.
Correct.
Card cutting. When
Okay.
inspecting a field, which of the following should be completed? All the above. All the above.
yes. Yep.
A propagule is defined as any part of the plant capable of reproducing. It may include A and B, roots and stolons and seeds.
Correct.
Perfect.
A and B. And which of the following are required on a transit certificate? All of the above.
Yeah, so the difference between the transit certificate and the inspection certificate are that basically you've got an additional section on the transit certificate that talks about who's the seller, who's the buyer, and who's the transporter, right? And then you're also going to have more details on how many bales they are, how many tons you're carrying. So that's the difference really between the two forms.
Makes sense. Acceptable certification markings for certified weed-free forage are both the twine, the blue and yellow, purple and yellow twine, and the forage tags, B and C.
That's correct. And the red and green twine is kind of funny because there was a different color twine early on in the NALMA program, so that's where that comes from.
Ah, gotcha. Forage that is already cut may be certified if the inspector performs the following. None of the above.
That's correct. Yeah.
Nice.
Materials shall be inspected in state provinces of origin by the designated authority.
You're
Yeah, and
nailing
in that
it.
case, that would be your county, right?
Yeah. Cubed hay does not need to be inspected due to compression of weed propagules during processing. False.
Correct.
The standards are designed to, I think as A and C, provide continuity between the various provinces and states and limit the spread of noxious weeds.
Yep. The B is actually a little portion we have at the bottom of the form that talks about a US-based hay marketing task force. And there was some confusion in the US that our certification somehow met their standard. And we didn't have anything to do with it, but they insisted we put that on our form because they were talking about something different than what we were in terms of forage quality. It's a bit like certified seed versus a certificate of seed analysis that said it's free of Canada Seeds Act prohibited species.
Yeah.
Okay.
And last but not least, what is the timeline for certified forage inspection? And that is B. Producers have 10 days to cut, and then forage must be re-inspected.
100%. Well done. Nice.
I'd say you got it.
Yeah, you're good.
Okay,
Thanks
you.
for doing
Yeah.
that with us.
Yeah, no problem. Just want to make sure, check those boxes and get my certification.
It's always good. Absolutely. So great. Well, thanks so much for joining us today, Tori.
Yeah,
Thanks,
thank you guys
Tori.
as well.
Thanks. Okay, we'll talk to you later. Bye. Awesome.
We're down to 4 participants. So does that include you and I, or?
There is one other person that's still on here. So yeah, no, thanks so much, Kelly. This was great. This is great turnout. We actually had 45 people. And then there was Paige joined in today just to learn about the program, and myself and you as panelists. So 45 people. I'm really, really excited about that. And then I'll have a look at our question asking folks who was planning to participate in the program. Yeah, so I'll have to dissect that a little bit later, but yeah.
Yeah, and I don't know going forward, Megan, like I've still been attending the Weed Free Forage meetings kind of on behalf of Alberta.
Okay.
And you could make a legitimate argument that, right now I'm not on the board of directors. I have an interest in the program, and that's why I've been representing Alberta, but really you are probably the more logical representative. Either you or, geez, I don't know. It's got to be someone that cares, because if you put Doug in there, nothing against Doug, but I don't think he understands the ins and outs of it like you do. And you guys are really promoting and supporting the program and probably doing a lot of the administering of it. So whether it's you or Paige, or, you know, it could be me, but somebody should be on those monthly meetings as a representative of the MOU holder.
So I've been trying to take them in when I can. I usually have a look at the agenda to see what it is.
Yeah.
So like the branding one, I was like, this doesn't, I mean, you know what I mean? I recognize that those are important topics that they need to sort out, you know, but I don't know if I need to be present for those. So I do have a look at the agendas, and if it's relevant, then I will pop on there if I've got the time. So yeah, because they do come up in my calendar. So yeah.
Any suggestions you'd have for me? I mean what I say. I have my style, but
No, I thought it was great, Kelly. I think maybe I could have worked to make it more interactive. Like, you know, there's like, I don't know if we should have launched polls. We were asking people if they were familiar with species or something like that. Like that might have helped. But I thought the way we did it was just fine. I mean, it really kind of got the job done. I thought it was good. I was really pleased with it myself.
I really think we had a fairly educated audience, like, with the
yeah.
exception of a few of the species. They were going, "Oh yeah, we know." Like,
Yeah, I know. Canada.
I couldn't see that, but I got the sense that, you know, no questions, right? So
They all stayed to the end, so that's good. That's a good sign, right? So I will have to figure out what to do with the training though. So because there are people that couldn't make it today that are going to want to do training. So if it's either got to be, we make this video available to them in some capacity, like you were saying, like I can post it to the website and password protect it so that I can only give that password to certain individuals, or we can direct them to the NASMA site. Oh.
you know, I would prefer the first, and
Yeah.
and again,
Yeah.
obviously I don't need to make anything more out of this, and really NASMA is doing that. They've got a recording of I believe it was the 2020 version of the, and it might have been not at our conference. It might have actually been during the Weed Awareness Week. But
Yeah.
Julie basically and Belle and Elizabeth did a recording.
Yeah.
And as I'm a certified inspector, and I can go on there anytime and view it.
Right.
So it's just a generic,
Yeah.
like we did this in 2020 basically. So to me, I would prefer you guys do, like, if NASMA's cool with it, you've recorded this, the discussion was fairly well done.